Yes. I might be early. I might be early by a few seconds. I don't know. But we're streaming. We got 8,000 kilobits going out. It's not. It's time. It's time. And Lester the Sage is here. Hello. How you doing? Right at 9 or 9 our time. Probably 10 your time. And Dean Stevenson and Daniel Morrissey and Mexican Spec, Slimo, Hippie Long. Yeah, and Mexican Spec was first. I came right out of his live, and he popped right in here. And Tavo's here. Good morning, afternoon. Good morning, afternoon, evening, folks. How are you?
Mike N's here.
And Mike N. Yeah.
Welcome, everybody. Happy Saturday night.
Is Mike N still in Florida, or are you back in Louisiana? Let's see.
I'm Kim of Kim Fixes Things, a channel that has not had a posting in probably a year.
It's been that long? It's been that long?
I'm here with Buff Del Campo, the namesake of the Buff Del Campo channel, and your host for this evening.
Kim just redressed my ear. I'm supposed to do this every day now. Take it off and clean it with some kind of thing she has, and then they gave me a Ziploc bag with all the stuff in it. I'm about ready to stop this. Just let it air out. So it all looks pretty good.
It's doing good. Yeah. There's a good sized hole in the side of his ear, though.
There's a pretty good sized hole.
There is, yeah. They took a notch out of that thing, but
Mike and Buff, I watched a video on I can't even say that. Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce that. No, I have not been.
Arkhangelsk.
It's in European Russia, and it's way up north. And no, I haven't been there.
Luis is here. Welcome in.
Yeah, about the furthest north I got in Russia was probably St. Petersburg. Oh no, a place called which is a little bit north of St. Petersburg, a place called Savolsk. It sounds like Savolsk, but it's a V, Savolsk. But you kind of almost don't say the V, Savolsk. So I've been there, but that's not much north of Oblast.
Did you guys ever watch What's Going On with Shipping?
Oh, I watched that.
Oh my gosh! The fellows who are being attacked. Who are the people who are being invaded?
Well, no. Ukrainians.
The Ukrainians
went after some Russian shipping.
Oh my gosh! One after another, after another, after another.
40-something of them. Yeah.
Woof.
Well, and they didn't sink any of them. They didn't try to sink them, but
no.
they put them all out of business.
No, because I don't think
they were able to move those ships.
I don't think that the things that they were using to attack them, I don't think that they would reliably sink them, but they could reliably burn the house down.
Make a mess out of them.
Did you see the one with the whole front of the ship ripped off? There's
sadly,
nobody guiding that ship anywhere.
There's some mariners there that probably didn't make it. Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Well, mercenary work is dangerous.
Sal McCartney, what's going on with shipping? That's exactly right. I never missed that. Well, what's humming here? Something started humming. Hear it?
Yeah.
Might be that computer up there.
Yeah.
It's a fan going.
So the problem is we start the computer up and then we immediately start streaming.
Well, and then it starts getting.
Well, it wants to do virus checks and other stuff like that. It starts doing everything at once, and then it overheats the CPU.
Okay, so that.
It doesn't seem like it's making the computer mess up, so we're okay.
Well, and the fan came on and turned back off, so it's probably not that hot. It's just, yeah, Sal's quite a guy. He's
It's interesting. The guy, he watches what's going on, and he does a pretty good job of presenting it. And
he doesn't just cover war stuff. He covers.
He
shipping.
Doesn't usually cover war stuff.
That was significant in the shipping industry. Well, so yeah, he covered it.
There's a lot of shipping happening there, but most of it is by Russia, or from Russia, or by Russians, and it's militarily strategic.
Dead Cougar Garage is here. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't put this little utility. I didn't run this.
Yeah, you do got to click.
Yeah, okay. So that
Click
the little utility tells me how many people are in here. It just kind of always runs, but I hadn't. It was just sitting there. I hadn't turned it on.
Mike N says Sal is tired of talking about the blockade. I know, but that's what everybody wants to hear about. I'm sure it's what gets the clicks. So he has to talk about it. It's the
Well,
biggest,
he's got to talk
the
about
biggest thing happening.
what's going on in shipping or what's not going on in shipping. Yeah. So.
I mean, at this point, he's probably making a significant amount of money on his channel.
He just went over 700,000.
I mean, he definitely
subs.
But I mean, when there's that much content, you can't overlook it. Like you got to put that out there. It's so relevant to what he's doing.
When he puts a video up every day, usually every day, puts a video up, he's got tens of thousands of views right away. So yeah, he's doing right. But he's interesting.
I thought that he did a good job of being, he did discuss the fact that these aren't military vessels, that they are shipping vessels, and that not all of them are actually like engaged in any legal activities. Like they're allowed to buy oil from Russia, but they're still strategic targets because.
Tunguska event? That's over 100 years ago. Is that what you're talking about? The thing that looked like a nuclear blast out in Russia?
Some kind of meteorite thing?
Yeah, that's probably what it was. There's people that think it was aliens with a nuclear blast. There's people that think aliens, spacecraft crashed, but it was probably a big old.
Could have been an enormous permafrost methane explosion, but probably not. I think they researched it and sort of decided what it was, right?
Kevin Smith's here, yeah.
Oh,
well, see, I read a book about that event, and the person that wrote the book went out there and visited the site.
Really?
Long afterwards. But because of the devastation, he decided that he'd been places where there were nuclear blasts, and he decided that that's what it was, and it was probably alien spacecraft. But
what? That was his answer.
That was his book.
Wow.
It was all about it, and I thought, man, this is just. And of course, later I've read a lot more about it. So I think that's what Dean's talking about. Yeah, and
clearly interdimensional travelers.
Have no fear. The Dougster is here. Danny Morrissey saying hi to everybody again, and everybody's saying hi to everybody. Yep. And it's warm in here. It's not overly hot. What is it? Oh, geez.
85 degrees.
It's 85 degrees.
And it's probably about 80% humidity. It felt good for a minute because it's cold outside, sort of.
It's cooler, yeah.
It's chilly outside, but it's starting to feel icky.
When I wore my plastic hat again, my upside-down bag with the face cut out, and it didn't rain. We walked in here, I took that hat off, and man, it started raining outside immediately. So we just missed the rain, but it's already stopped. So Spaceballs
and Spaceballs and potatoes.
Sigourney Weaver.
How come anytime there's something weird going on or happened in the past, the first thing they are aliens? Clearly aliens.
Because it's unexplained. So it's like when calculators first came out. It was alien technology. People couldn't have thought of that. That reminds me. Did I ever tell that story on here about the where'd you get the kits?
About 15 times.
I have told it on here.
Okay. Yeah.
I won't tell it again.
Maybe late in the evening if you feel in the mood.
I just think it's funny
to talk about it again, but yeah.
It's just sometimes.
Thank you, Kevin.
I'll say that to you. Where did they get the kits? And it's like a continuation of the.
Yeah.
Because somebody says something that's similar.
We're a little bit irritable. I don't know why. Maybe it's the way.
We are? I'm not irritable. Are you irritable? Kevin Smith, what's ejaculate? What's ejaculator?
I don't know, but
It sure sounds like something.
that's the analog version, and then now they've come out with the new modernized digital version. It's an ejaculator.
Jeez. Dean Stevens, calculus first came out with I can't even pronounce it. Pythagorean. That's not how I used to pronounce it. Pythagorean. Well, I don't know. I can't do it. I know what that is. Don't tell Buff Del Campo yet. How's the ear? Ear's doing quite well. I started to talk about it right at the beginning, but now we have more people in here. I had it off and cleaned it. Kim cleaned it a little bit. I took a shower. I got it all wet. I didn't care. It was looking really, really nice. But they said to keep putting stuff on it and taping it up. So Kim did that just before we came up here. So I've got it covered. And I was just saying, maybe this will be the last night for that. I might take that off and take the and just let it air dry. Oh, Dougster says, I took your advice, Buff. I moved my upper snap-on cabinet so the drawers are flush with the lower. You're right, that spot is a catch-all and blocks the door. I must have done that like 20, 30 years. It was always annoying. I couldn't get that drawer open, and finally somebody else goes, well, why don't you move the box so the drawers all line up like it's supposed to be? I'm like, huh? So I did that, and man, it worked perfectly.
Suddenly you can use the bottom drawer.
And then what happens is the spot behind the box, it builds up with stuff till it's spilling off the bag. But at least I get the drawers open. Dead Cougar Garage. Paper bag? No. This. See, I wasn't supposed to get this wet. Oh, I hate to take this off because it looks like I'm bald. I'm not bald. I cut the hair really short.
Everybody point and laugh.
See,
point and laugh.
There is hair there. So I cut the face out of this bag, and I put my hat on. Now the ear doesn't get wet, but I'm probably beyond that point. I just don't want this. If it rains, I don't want that bandage to get soaked because then we got to do it again. I don't want to go around with a soaking wet bandage. So I think it'll be tomorrow. I may just clean it off or ask Kim to clean it, and then because she could be sitting next to me and get it real well. I can't see it real well, and then just let it be in the air and dry and heal. I don't know.
Kevin says he's got to go in for CAT scan next week. He's checking for fur balls. Well, you wouldn't get fur balls if you didn't lick yourself so much, Kevin. You're supposed to have somebody else lick you.
Was it me, Leaser? Leaser? I think. I moved my Craftsman top chest forward. Yep. Bring back the homeless look. Okay, the CAT scan. Yeah. Okay, brothers and sisters. Oh, that's Granddad's junk. You know what? You know who he's talking about tonight on Mexican Spec? His wife, Kim. Another Kim.
Oh, okay. Wait, who was?
Granddad's junk.
That's right. He said that before.
Has he? Okay.
Yeah.
I missed that then. I think it comes with the territory. 1973 Buick Riviera was in Rugrats Go Wild.
We have multiple umbrellas. He doesn't want an umbrella. He wants to wear a silly hat. Let the man have his thing.
Luis 1975 Gran Torino. You know what I like even better?
No.
A 1972 Gran Torino with that big open mouth 1 year on the front of that car looks so good. And I had one for a while, but yeah, it's one of those cars in my collection. And it's a dynamic collection. That means the cars come and go and come and go. Unlike Jay Leno has a static collection where the collection just gets bigger. Mine, I kept it 5 or 6 cars. And as soon as I sold one, I had the cash in my pocket and I'd be looking for another one, driving around. Every time I saw a car for sale, I'd look for it, and pretty soon I'd buy one. Then I had 6 cars and no money. And then I'd sell one, and, I just kept that going. And I was never real particular about which one I sold. But I always had a pretty good collection.
And right now we have lots of cars and not a lot of money.
And Kevin Smith says Trump knows about ear injuries. Yes. Man, was that a close one. And I'm not talking about politics. I'm talking about a close injury. Holy shit, was that close. Can you imagine that? Something nicks your ear and it's like a bullet from way over there somewhere. Ooh, that was a close one. See, Dougster says, I lined all the drawers with Harbor Freight toolbox, or Hobo Freight, toolbox liners. Each roll is 22 inches wide by 118 inches long. I have a 30-inch piece left from roll of number 4, but it's all done. It looks super. So you ended up with not a very big piece left. That's pretty good. Dead Cougar Garage says, if you put him on his back, does he beg for a belly rub? Or does he beg for belly rubs? Dead Shunk.
What are we talking about?
I don't know. Maybe me.
Oh.
Maybe, I don't know.
Maybe like if I rub your shoulder.
Maybe she comes up behind me and rubs my shoulder. There's a place up here where she'll hit it. It feels like a speed bump. It's like, oh, that feels good. And if she rubs it some, like with her thumb, the speed bump goes away. I start feeling better.
He whines if I stop too soon.
But we have that in common. We both have a Kim. There are quite a few people that have Kims.
Kim's like, excellent wife.
Kevin Smith says 70 Torino is badass. Good. Tommy Hanlon's here from Dublin. Good evening. Let's see, who else is here? Everybody's saying hi to everybody. There's a Kim in Idaho. Yeah, there's a Kim in Idaho, but he's a he. He's what's his name? The Kim in Idaho, Kim. The Kim in Idaho, Kim.
Kims do not obey gender stereotypes.
So what?
They do as they please.
What is that? Barrows.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Barrows. And then man, somebody's out there shooting off fireworks again. Granddad's young teen brother.
Who knows what this is from? Can anyone identify?
Well, I know what it is. I don't know what it's from. Kevin Smith says no rubs or he's too ticklish.
You just sort of really worked on it.
Dean Stevens says, I got the huge engine. Oh, it's scrolling by too fast. I got to turn it back.
Oh no!
Let's see. It got the huge engine power reduction that year, not just on paper. 351, 2-barrel, 178. Yeah, all these lower horsepower. That's right. But the thing good now is you can fix all that. CD Burlock is here.
Those are for off-road use only.
KRD Speed Shop's here. Good evening. Yeah, Barrows and everybody's telling me Barrows. I don't know if they don't get any points for that because I thought of before I saw that. Change your name to Tony, then we can be twins. Oh. There can be only one.
What? One Tony?
I don't know. It's Dean Stevenson said there can only be one. CD Burlock says ad. What ad? You get a lot of ads. I don't know why, because I've dialed that back as far as I can dial it back. And not many people are talking about ads, but CD Burlock seems to get a lot.
What about subtracts? Do they talk about subtracts?
Dougster says sway bar from a vehicular motif. Motif.
It is. Can you guess what kind of? Can you guess which vehicle? There's only so many.
Kevin Smith spent 3 hours on the Oldsmobile wagon today.
Congratulations.
Oh, Burlock says iron beam ad.
Really? What's iron beam?
I don't know, but he should get a couple points for that.
Well, give him 2 points then.
Well, you're the points giver, Outer.
I'm busy right now.
Tavo says, I missed out on a very lovely Kim 41 years ago. I didn't see all the green flags because I thought she was way out of my league.
She was.
And wrote them off as my wishful thinking. Man, did I know Kims back then? I probably did. Yeah, I knew some Kims back in those days. Man, there were quite a few Kims back then. And there were guys named Kim too, which I remember that.
That's weird.
I remember two guys. I knew one guy as a Kim that was a dirt bike professional dirt bike
guys
racer.
named Kim don't make as good at wives.
And then there was another guy named Kim. He was a local rock star with the microphone and the.
They do sometimes become rocks.
Yeah.
I'll give you that. Kims can be rocks.
Mexican Spec says, this is the first time I had ads on my live. I hope it wasn't too much. I didn't notice.
It was horrible. That's why I had to give you money to shut the advertisements up.
Daniel Morrissey says, I get a lot of ads. And Hippulon says, Ippy Dippy Weatherman.
I just said, take my money already. I don't want to watch all these ads. I'm trying to look at Mexican Spec cars.
What, were you getting the ads?
Yeah.
She was getting ads. Well, and I've got the whatever you call it, the membership for I can't think what they call it for YouTube, so I don't get the ads, but they still get some money, tiny bit. Sway Bar from 79 Olds 88 says Dougster. Kim, what was that from? We're guessing, but I don't think any of them are right. Luis says a Fanta ad. Wow, you have Fanta there.
From a car that is still on the property.
Fanta ad, and it's orange Fanta is what Luis got. See, he should get some points for that, being way down there in Venezuela and get Fanta, orange Fanta ad.
Okay, you can have 2 points.
Kim is a last name in a certain Asian countries. Oh, yeah. There's one Asian country they have like 3 last names or 4 last names. Everybody has those 4 last names, and one of them's Kim. Members don't get ads on live. No, not members of the channel. Whatever they call when you pay YouTube for what do they call it? I can't think of it.
Members. YouTube Premium.
YouTube Premium. Yeah, I pay for the YouTube Premium, which isn't very much money.
Support Mexican Spec very well.
Well, it does because they still. That premium, a little bit goes to anybody you watch.
They give them almost nothing.
They give them almost nothing. But you get almost nothing off the ad.
I gave all my money to
Dean Stevenson, I'm at breath out. Oh, it went away. I'm
no way to recover.
I'm reading right at the top of the chat. I'm at Strathfield Street, head south on the Lion Hall at 8 a.m. I'll toot when I go past Clinton.
Woo!
Whatever all that is. Yeah, and Steve Burlock says, 4 ads already.
4 ads on our channel?
And then Mexican Spec says, Tavo,
if I
you don't
were
get
you,
ads.
I would unsubscribe.
Dead Cougar says premium. Yep, you're right. That's how far
all those advertisements.
That's how far I am behind. That people are telling me premium after I've already talked about it because I was behind in the chat. But they're telling me what it is, and they're right. And John.
Okay, well, they all get. Everybody who said premium gets a point.
Well, and Dead Cougar said it twice, because I didn't pay attention the first time.
I didn't say every time you say premium. I said everyone who said it. So
and then
gets a point.
John Wilburn's here, and Dougster says front sway bar to the Ford Bronco 2.
No, it's too small to be a front sway bar.
Oh,
there, that's your hint.
It's a rear sway bar for something.
Something other than a Ford Bronco 2. That's a funny story. Whoever the previous owner was, I guess they wanted more flexi for off-road use. They torch cut the rear sway bar for that Bronco 2. They
cut it off with a torch.
Right, like they couldn't have just taken the bolts.
They couldn't have taken the bolts out.
They had a torch cut it. Like, okay, alrighty then. I guess that's what we're doing here. So now,
Kevin Smith, can I post a link to A4 Garage? Y'all will love his channel. A4 Garage.
Who?
Kevin Smith wants to post a link to A4 Garage. You know who that is?
No, they have to come in and tell us that they have a channel, and then we'll post the link.
Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, Kim became a member again. That is why I ask. Is that why?
Who asked?
CBS Mexican Spec says that you became a member again.
I did. No, who asked if they could post a link?
Kevin Smith.
Oh, yeah, you can. Because they might be modeling people.
Oh, that's what he says. Best model builder I've ever seen.
Oh, but tell them to check out our channel, too, at least.
Granddad Chef, we are in Kim's Silver Nissan Algrand. Algrand. I'm not sure what that is.
Who said that?
Granddad Chef.
That's they've got different cars.
Car we don't have, yeah. Kevin Smith, premium. I'm already paying too much. Yeah, the premium isn't real great expensive.
Premium is great. You should pay. You should give all your money to media because they're not making enough money. Give all.
Oh, and Granddad Junk says I will be sick feeling under the weather. You want me? Okay, I'll try again. Granddad Junk says I will be sick feeling under the weather, suffering from the Jap flu, which is probably Japanese flu. That's something we don't have here. You're closer. Maybe you got that. Oh, that's something we're looking forward to now is the Japanese flu. Ted Cougar Garage, and I was first. What do I win? He was first twice, yeah. Buddy Carfano, Crossfire sway bar. Is that a Crossfire sway bar?
It is.
Huh?
It is. You get 5 points. Who guessed it?
Buddy Carfano.
Buddy guessed it. It's the rear sway bar from the Chrysler Lost Fire.
Yeah, and hers is not a Crossfire, it's a Lost Fire because it was completely burned up. Interior was just charred, burnt, melted plastic.
We unlocked the column with a sledgehammer.
Yeah, unlocked the column with a sledgehammer, yeah. It couldn't get the shifter to move because it was all melted around the shifter. She broke that all up and got it so she could get it out of gear so it could move it.
Onto the trailer and...
Yeah. Luis says, yep, it was like a year ago. Oh, Luis says 1985 Bronco 2. Nope. CD Burlock says, I learned Ford made a 2-cycle V6 in World War II. If I read right. Oh, they could have. They made a lot of stuff. Dougster says, just had some kind of bad ads 3 minutes ago. Now I get an ad for a local lawn and garden tractor place. This is crap. Are they covered? Or do they take everything away, or is it like a banner ad or something? Because I've heard they're banner ads now. Oh, unless the Saber guessed a sway bar for a Spitfire. I'm so far behind the chat. I'm sorry, everybody. Stray Bullet. I did a refresher course on my World War II history, and you guys are right that the Ford plants were producing components for more materials before we entered the war, and even during the war, the same as GM. How about, Granddad Shank, did you get Elgrands there? Or just gray imports like they are here? Turbo after 20 declared war on Germany. Both companies maintained that they were completely shut out of the operations in Germany. Don't know. And Kevin's got this. I'm going to click on this, see what this is, and then I'm going to, where is it here? Oh, man. Showing a 356 Porsche right at the beginning. So, okay. All I'm going to do is subscribe to this so that I can, I don't look at it now. I'm closing it. Police is saying, oh, it's Stray Bullets here. Saying hi to Stray Bullet. I missed that. Oh, Stray Bullet. Neither companies profited from their German holdings at the time. Yeah, what do you do when you have a company, and huge company, with a lot of employees and a lot of stuff, and now the two countries where your operations are, for political reasons, they're at war with each other. It's like, man, now what do I do? You know, I know what they did in Russia. They closed their operations, but that's expensive. That's a huge loss, you know. Granddad Young says it's New Zealand stuff. It's New Zealand new. It's New Zealand new buff. I mean, I will feel sick traveling. Oh, so far in a Japanese vehicle. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. It's not a Japanese flu. It's a Japanese vehicle. Neither company's pro. Okay, I already read that. Him need to join a Baja 1000 team. I can't imagine why I'd want to do that.
That'd be cool.
Maybe like 50 years ago.
We'd be on the team. I couldn't ride in it. Really.
Couldn't ride in it. It's outside my ability. And then Dean Stevenson says, oh, wait, Dougster says all three were cut away from their ads. Venezuela is safe, says Dean Stevenson. Kevin Dougster, check out the link. Okay, yep. I will look at it when I get home. Everybody's saying hi to everybody. Oh, there's another one. Just think you are good at something. I see this guy. Okay, there's another one from Kevin Smith. Click this. What is this? Oh, it's the same one.
Okay.
Okay, I'm clicking out of it. Okay.
It's a mobile.
Stray Bullet. Apparently, the powers that be thought that there was a lot more shenanigans going on at the General Motors holdings because they basically bombed those to rubble and left the Ford plants alone. Hard to say.
Or Ford did a better job of paying their bribes.
Granddad Shunk Tabo, there's heaps of those El Grands here, very popular.
Heaps.
So it has the thing about one is greater than 0.5. And then C.D. Burlock, another ad, CNN ad. So he gets 2 more points. Well, one thing, he gets a lot of points for all these ads. I don't know why he's getting so many ads. Why are people getting so many ads?
Maybe they know you have money and they're trying to get you to spend it.
Mexican Spec says, are you going to visit with Dean on the way? Somebody in Mexican Specs live asked me, I think it was Granddad Junk asked me how far I was from Mexican Spec. So I got a map and I mapped it out very quickly. I'd say it was about 1,800 miles. That's a pretty good stretch from here. Oh, Kevin Smith says, same link, I accidentally posted it again. Josh Holman's here. Good evening. Are you going to visit with Dean on the way through? Stray Bullet Ford was able to begin production almost immediately after the war's end, so they were able to start making a profit again. So they had stopped then, I guess. I don't know. You know, they had stopped in the U.S. As far as cars go. Everybody stopped as far as cars went. I heard that Packard made some cars during the war, and there's a possibility that Ford did, and Packards were for the military, but I'm not sure that's true, or if they just sold ones they had that were painted dark green to the military. And then I heard that Ford's built some for police departments, but I bet they were ones that just hadn't been sold that were 42s. Granted, jump the Q35 engine is very reliable, strong engine, 25-year production run. Slimo's here. I found a power pole Panning River and just finished making new farm gates with it.
Sweet. Recycle.
I have whatever that is. Put something in my hair. Kevin Smith says no ads tonight. Dean is working. He will pass out Clinton. Probably we will pass about Clinton. Okay, Clinton is a place, and they will buy each other. Kevin Smith, no soda stream ads. Mike Oxlong says hello. Good evening. C.D. Burlock Ford is suing a company that made a retro Bronco from scratch to 2026 standard. Oh, like the early Broncos, but they're
stamping them out of new steel. Good luck there. If it's a foreign company, how are they going to sue? Yeah. How are you going to sue?
That'll be fun.
But they'll keep them out of the U.S. for a while.
I knew that in China they have complete ones. They're doing the same thing with the Jeeps.
And the Toyotas. Yeah.
Dean Stevenson says railways ties are almost as good, Slimo, but you don't want to be seen holding up a train.
You're caught holding up a train.
Kevin Smith says
hard to stop a train.
Wood from underwater is pretty stuff. Man, when I lived in California, I used to pick up wood off the beach, and they call it driftwood, and it was cool looking stuff. Dan Powell says Packard was busy building licensed Rolls-Royce Merlins. They sure were. Josh Holman, must depend on your area and what internet service you use. It might determine the ads you get. I didn't even think about that. Mexican Spec says 3,401 kilometers from me to you, give or take 2,100 miles. Oh, it's about 2,100 miles. You know, I checked it out, and it seemed to be it was. I just went Clarksville to like the area you live, the state you live in, and it was 1,800, but probably didn't. Man, I'm missing it. It's going by fast. The Germans obviously just stopped using the plants during the war because they were American owned. Yeah, of course not. Probably just grabbed control of it. Mark Sauvé's here. Good evening. I'm sorry I'm missing some chat. I'm just missing it. I'm sorry. Kevin Smith says, spoke too soon. He got duck AI ad. I know. When is the Ute hitting the road? I hate to predict because we had to take a bunch of time off because we went to Arizona for a month and we're back and we have other things to do too. And I'm getting worried about we wanted to have it done for No Name Nationals, but I'm thinking that's not going to happen. Just I don't have much going on, and now I've got everything going on. There's a lot going on, and so it's going to take both of us, you know. So we've got to get as soon as we've had rain every day. As soon as the rain stops, this thing's got to come out. The Jeep's got to come in, and we're going to do a service on the Jeep. A service on it's due for an oil change. It's due for an oil change, and it's due for a transmission. You know, so you're crashing into something.
No.
I still maintain that Ford didn't aid the German war effort, even though he might have been sympathetic to the Nazi cause pre-war. That is possible. I don't know. It's one of those things that you see in history, and history a lot of times is rewritten for somebody's agenda. So sometimes you just don't know how things are written, and
that seems to be the current narrative, that Henry Ford was a Nazi, but I don't know that it's...
From the sound of things, he had some sympathies toward disliking some people, but I don't. Who knows? Who knows? Like I say, the history changes depending on
context of the day.
Whatever whoever's writing the history always has an agenda. Or not always, but a lot of times they do.
A lot of times they do.
Mark Sauvé says, say hi to her, probably the suspect. But if I would have to go north out of Nogales, the safest border. Okay, yeah, and I just did it really quickly. I just went from Clarksville to, your state. And I didn't even look to see where across the border. I just looked at a number, and it was like 17, almost 1800, real close to 1800. So, CD Burler, Vintage is the name. They make a retro Mercedes SUV, the square body one. Jeez. Luis says, I remember the logo Nickelodeon movies from I would say that wrong. Rugrats Go Wild.
Okay. I wouldn't have thought of that if you wouldn't have mentioned it, Luis.
And then Dean Stevenson says Mark, and there's a whole bunch of stuff. Canadian flag and all kinds of stuff. I don't know what all it means. And then Tavo says, always next year's No Name Nationals, but yep.
I don't know. I don't think I'm going to live that long.
Oh, I hope
now
I do.
Or never.
I feel so much better now. I know I don't have cancer growing up further into my ear. They got
Lyme
it,
disease.
Yeah, and the Lyme disease. Oh, yeah,
Crushing
I had that.
debt.
Straight bullet. There were no Ford-built airplanes, but the Opel plant was churning out many trucks through the war. Will the GM make money on that, or the Germans just take it over? Yeah, I don't know. I will have enough stuff to build 2 good, strong Poly 318. Oh man, that's another project I got.
Wait, who?
Granddad's Shunk. See, I've got a Poly 318 that's really good too.
You know what? Oh, it was Granddad's Junk who was asking. It is the 6-bolt crank. I went out and looked.
Oh, okay.
It's 6-bolt crankshaft.
Oh, yeah, when we left to go to Arizona, we couldn't find the key to the van. Kim was the last one to move the van, and then I couldn't find the key. She couldn't find the key. So the van was locked up way out in the lower 40.
And here it was hanging on the key hook.
And I thought I checked that key, and it didn't turn. So I don't know. We were in a hurry, and when you're in a hurry, shit doesn't work.
So we get back. The van, and I don't care about the van. We got to get going.
We got back, and she went right out there and got into the van, which is where the 318 Poly is in the van.
And I checked the bores to make sure they weren't getting all corroded, and they're oiled down. It looks just like it did last time.
Yeah, nice shiny metal. Yeah, that's good.
The van stays good and high and dry. That's good.
Let's see, a lot of companies were profiting from the buildup of the Axis power. So that's war.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
see, that's what I say. You got
all work.
You got a company here and a company here, and you're working together because it's the same company. But then the politicians have a problem, and now they're shooting at each other. So now what do? You're supporting both sides of the war? Well, not really, but that's what happens. I don't know. What would you do?
Granddad's Junk said that's the ideal. The LA housing fits the later transmission. That's awesome. Yeah, that's what you were saying. That's good to know.
And that's good because we got the transmissions.
I have a 727 or a 904 that I could use. Pulled up.
I missed something I want to say here. Slimo says, hey, Buff, I found some photos of Dad's pit special from 1980s. He's got in trouble with the CAA for flying upside down next to the Indian Pacific train. Oh, that sounds like... Yeah,
can I turn the AC on?
You can. I don't know. Hey. Yeah,
I may.
Go ahead. Maybe you can send pictures of that in on our Tuesday night. I would be interested. I would show those. Straight bullet. Anyway, I stand corrected on some of my previous comments. Okay. Dean Stevenson. Adam Opel was nationalized. Well, Adam Opel nationalized. Yep. So then it isn't even GM's. He just took it. Kevin Smith, of all places on the key hook, Yeah, you know, I've got a keyboard. I got a couple of keyboards around. Not like keyboard like this. It's a keyboard like a board where you hang key, like a used car dealer has. And
Well, he accused me of losing the key.
I didn't accuse
It
you.
was
I was like,
on the key.
no, I was like, where did you put it? You drove the van last. Where did you
I said,
put
I
it?
don't know. But
She didn't know, and I didn't know, and we had to go. And it's like, okay, we know it's in the house somewhere or in the shop somewhere. And when we get back, we'll find it. We found it, or she found it.
I didn't try to start it yet.
Well, no, because it's like it's one of the vehicles that doesn't have a good battery in it, or it doesn't have any battery in it.
I think I might have put the battery out of it.
Yeah, because that's how it is when you have, what do we have, 13 cars? Why do we have 13 cars and 3 batteries?
I think
Because
we
you
have
got
about.
you got to swap the batteries around all the time.
I think there's 3 batteries in the driveway that are good. My
Driveway.
Dart has a good battery, and the Bronco 2 has a good battery. So we have at least 5 batteries that are
Well, and
less than 2 years old that hold good charge.
and the Jeep has a good battery.
I counted.
Oh, you did? And my car has a good battery, my Mercury.
I counted.
And this car seems to have a good battery. I don't know if this one does. I
Does
know.
it have a battery in it?
I don't know. It's one of the ones we take batteries.
Yeah, I
in
don't
and out of.
know. This might be 6, or it might just be a junk battery. Everything else shares a bunch of junk batteries.
Kevin Smith sounds like my warden, never wrong. Oh, well, I'm wrong often enough to make up for the rest of you.
Well, thank you, Tavo. I appreciate that, because
Well, that's when I'm really in trouble, is when I'm really sure of myself. Like,
oh, he gets so
I
mad.
get so mad when I'm so sure of myself, and I go to pick something up and it's not there. It's like, what did I do?
He stomps around the house.
I get so angry that I'm too stupid to
He's
put something back.
Miserable all day. Even when he does find it, he's still mad because he had a problem finding it. It's endless. It's endless.
Well, I have a plastic bag, little Ziploc bag with all the stuff for my ear. Kim fixed my ear, but yesterday. And as soon as she finished, I took that bag, and it was no longer important, and I just set it somewhere. And that was really stupid because today I needed it, and I was clueless where it was. I searched and searched and searched and searched, just couldn't find it. And it's like, man, I need that. And I went to get something else. Crap, there it was. So tonight, after she got finished with it, I was really careful to put it exactly where I know where it is tomorrow. Wimps, you only have 13 cars. Oh, I don't know. I just guessed. Hey, Mexican Spec, you have a vehicle.
Amateurs.
I think you bought for somebody, and now it's like 3 years ago, and you can't find the person.
What, that van? That black van?
No.
Inline 6?
No.
Some other.
I think it was a BAM car. BAM or BOM, whatever they call it. Yeah. Oh, BAM. I thought you said van. Okay. Yeah, there's a difference between a van and a van. Yeah. What's going on with that? You still have that? I know you were washing it and starting it and moving around and stuff.
It had a leaking head gasket.
Leaking head gasket.
Did you get it fixed, Mexican Spec? If it's not your car, it's kind of a pain to have to. Oh, it's a U.S. Spec AMC. I thought it had the Mexican motor in it, though.
Well, it's a U.S. Spec Spirit, 83 model.
But it has the Mexican-only motor in it.
Does it? Or does it have a 258 in it?
He told me it had the.
Tell you didn't watch my video without telling me you didn't watch my video.
We must have not watched the most.
I probably missed it. I don't know. There's like, we got busy. You know, I scheduled my son bought me this thing. I scheduled to go drive a C8 Corvette on a racetrack. And I had nothing going on when I scheduled that. Well, then we had ear cancer. We had to go to Arizona, and all of a sudden we're busy. So
he's busy.
I went to reschedule that. But also in the meantime, I started missing a lot of videos because I got really busy. And condition is the poly. You can pour 120,000, make a 340 out of it. I think the easiest thing to do, isn't there a crank you can buy for that thing? Makes it a 390. But mine's all in good shape and everything. Yeah, like
maybe,
what,
huh?
I think that's what Kiwi's doing is for his poly. He's making a 390 out of it.
With a stroker crank. Well, yeah, a 340 though has the bore stroke ratio that a 340 has.
Sent you an off-topic email for Tuesday night, though. Aircraft-related picks. Okay, Tavo, sure, thanks. I like that kind of stuff. And this is a car channel, but it's also kind of an airplane
it's
channel.
It's also the Buff Del Campo channel, and Buff Del Campo
kind of an airplane
knows
channel.
a little bit about aeroplane.
Kind of a CB radio channel.
No.
Well, we touch on those things.
And
then because Faith comes in, we kind of became a cat channel. And then other people post pictures of their shop dogs and stuff, so we do that. I like that stuff. That really gives it some variety.
Off topic. That's like side quest.
But if you're working on cars, a lot of people work on cars have animals around. It also relates to cars, as in highways, okay? Man. Yeah, I've landed on roads. Some places they don't mind. I landed on an off-ramp in Texas, out in the middle of nowhere. And the reason I landed is because I'm getting really low on fuel, and I'm looking where the next airport is. It's like, I'm not going to make it. So I landed on an off-ramp. I looked all around. Don't see any car. There's like one pickup sitting near this gas station. That's it. So I land. I pull up to the gas station. I don't want to pull up the pumps because if somebody comes out, you got a propeller turning. Now I shut it off, like away from everything. And there's one pickup truck over there, and I look over there. Big seal on the door says Texas Department of Transportation. And this guy sitting there in a uniform looks over at me, and he looks back and he goes back to writing. And I'm thinking, So I took these are portable gas cans. I took them out and I went over, filled them up. Gas station, came back, put them in, got all ready, and I'm thinking, guy's still sitting in the truck. I'm just gonna take off. Well, as soon as I got in the airplane, he comes walking over, and he goes, "Where did you land?" And I didn't want to tell him I landed on the road, so there's flat desert all over. So I just went over that way. And he goes, "Where over that way?" And I said, "Over that way." And he laughs and shakes his head. He goes, "If you want, I'll block the road off so you can take off." I said, "Man, that'd be great." So he was a good guy, but not all the cops are always good guys. Let's see. Officer release cards. Okay. And when Braden comes in, dope channel. Okay. So I'm a Merlin V12, say no more. Yeah, it's quite an engine, isn't it? Jay Leno has a car with one of those engines, doesn't he? Kevin says, careful eating lettuce, y'all. Or recalls.
Yeah, there's some kind of pathogen.
Oh, no.
Bacterial.
What kind of lettuce?
All of it.
All kinds of lettuce?
Yeah.
We just bought
lettuce, tomatoes, and...
we just bought lettuce. Oh, I ate tomatoes, a bunch of tomatoes last night, and I felt so sick when I woke up. I wonder if that was what it was.
Did you wash them?
Yeah, of course I washed them.
No, I think it was the cookies.
I ate a stupid cookie last night.
Not a stupid cookie. 2 chocolate chip cookies with a big glob of icing in between them.
I'm not supposed to eat sweets, but this was so good. And I felt sick. Louis says, bad news. Jaden Adam, he passed away. Who is that? I'm not sure who that is. And Ray is here.
I don't know by their full legal name. I don't know who it is. It might be someone who's an actor. But we might know who they are by their character.
Let's see. Tell us. I remember a short film on some Aussie outback town, and across the car park for the local pub showing a line of cars. and a Piper Cherokee parked in line with him. There's a place out in California called California Valley, and it's there's like basically nothing out there. There's another place called Soda Lake. It's in California Valley. It's just a big white, salty, horrible thing that was a lake at one time, and there's no good water. Nothing. It's just a place. But there was a restaurant out there, and I don't know how that restaurant kept going, but road came through there. So sometimes people would be there. Well, we'd fly up, a bunch of us would fly over there and land on the highway and just pull into the parking lot with our airplanes. And they were always happy to see us because we'd fill up the restaurant. Then we'd leave and go out, take off on the road.
It's probably like that in Alaska too, I'll bet, in some places. There's a lot of small planes.
But if the police came out there, they might just arrest all of us, I don't know, or tell us we can't take off or something. Maybe. But we never had any problems out there because the police never went out there. And, yep, the guy from Emergency TV Show. Oh, a guy from Emergency TV Show. Oh, okay. He passed away yesterday. And C.D. Burlett forgot what he was going to say. I do that all the time. Kevin Smith says, all lettuce. Like, every kind of lettuce? What's that lettuce? It's kind of long and skinny. Big bunch. And Koreans make kimchi out of it.
Bok. 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 Choy. Not iceberg Mexican speck.
Iceberg I like, but it doesn't have a lot of food value. But the thing I like about iceberg is I cut it all up and it's crunchy, and then I put all the other stuff in the salad. I really like it. Wash with soap and water. Yeah, jeez. Excuse me. And then Mexican Spec says, for international transfer, Weiss is the one to use. Really? I just deleted that from my phone. I didn't know that. Rinswell, of course.
No sending money internationally.
Yeah.
That's how you ended up having to go out and work.
How will I end up buying a Mexican car? Not sure he has a
That's not international.
Mexico's not international?
No.
Are we in Mexico?
It's North America.
Still international.
Oh.
If you go into Canada, it's international. Although it kind of seems like we're the same. Let's see what else. See, Burlock says, is that cheaper?
Yes.
I don't know. Sometimes cheaper isn't always better, just that it works well. Devil lettuce is fine, though. Devil lettuce.
That's right. The devil's lettuce has not been causing any additional infectious stomach problems. Nothing new.
Mexican Spec says Randolph Mantu.
The devil's lettuce is the Mary J. Guana.
Oh. Well, the thing about marijuana in the U.S. is the states are making it legal. Some states are, some are not. All this, but it's still federal law. It's still illegal. So
they've decriminalized the federal, like on the federal level. They I don't know. They only do something when it benefits them.
So the
states that have legalized it, they did so that they could levy heavy taxation against it, and all of the neighboring states keep it illegal so that they can fine people.
Instead of sending gifts, send cash to Mexican Spec. I see. Trouble. I made big mistake buying this old farm style house. Rooms are so huge, I can't get the place warm. Oh, it's getting cold there, isn't it? Living room is 24 by 18 feet with 11-foot ceilings. Oh yeah, you need to have a platform up there so you can live up near the ceiling where the warmth is.
Yeah.
And I worked in this giant building. It used to be a steel mill in Pennsylvania. And by the time I was in there, they were welding in there. They were building these uh, big pipes that were probably 2 or 3 foot in diameter pipes, and these welders were over there. They'd V out these thick tubes, and they'd be TIG welding these things around, 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 around. But that's pretty low to the ground. And for some reason, I had to go up and change a light or something. And I got on one of these forklift things that has like a place you can stand up near the ceiling. And in the building, they had these 55-gallon drums with natural gas run in there and holes drilled in it. You could go near that 55-gallon drum and get warm. The day I started working in it, was 1 degree below zero Fahrenheit. In the building, it was 1 degree below zero. It was cold. So, but that day I went up near the ceiling to change the light bulb. It was so warm up near the ceiling. It's like all the warmth was up there. So they were heating the ceiling. It's caused munchies. Yep. Can you close the doors that warm up smaller areas? Try to eat good, and this crap happens. Yeah. Tabo, you won't know what a winter is. Oh yeah, because over there in New Zealand it gets much colder. Slime, I made BLTs for the Hog's Breath restaurant in 1990. Huh. BLTs are good. At least just says Sylvester Stallone. What that's about. Granite Chuck says Tabo Jack a power plug. Get some free power. Just do one plug. So I'm half thinking of partitioning the living room off to half the size. Man, I had a friend that had a real tall living room. Well, it was a 2-story house, but the living room was all the way up, like both stories. So he built a floor in there and made the second story across the top of the living room. So then the living room had a normal size ceiling. And he showed me how he did it. And I'm looking at the structure. I'm going, there was a question about it I had about those giant long floor joists he put in. I said, what's going to keep those floor joists from bending over like this? And because of the span he had was huge. He looked at it, he goes, oh, that's not going to happen. And he looks at it, he goes, I'm not sure. I said, are you walking around up there? He goes, yeah, my kid's bedroom's up there. Better rethink that floor,
Don't put any water beds up there. In Pittsburgh, where it's a very cold place, in the poor parts of town where the old buildings were, where they weren't insulated very good at all, and they historically all had high ceilings, high plaster ceilings. What they would do is they would put in acoustical drop ceilings like they put in office buildings, and they would put them down at about 8 feet, so they didn't have to heat the top 3 feet. That's what they did. All them old buildings.
There you go. Buddy Carfanos got it. Tabo put some ceiling fans up there and have them blowing the other way.
Then it's just cold and windy.
No, it's going to blow the hot air down.
It never works that good.
Never works that.
Hippie Long, the healing is going really well. We just took his bandage off and...
I'm supposed to do it every day, but I don't do it. Kim does it because she...
No signs of infection. There's a pretty good sized notch.
Is it?
Chuck, yeah. It looks like somebody took like a hole punch and just...
Well, it's not all the way through.
It is all the way through. There's like a big swoop. But it's okay.
It's not all the way through.
Nobody cares, though. If anybody's staring at hard at your ear, tell them, cut it out! The truck is moved back. Yeah, I pushed it back. I did some cleaning and organizing in here. I'm sick of him sitting over there, and you can't see what's happening.
So, the ear chunk is, I think, 4 millimeters diameter and about 1 millimeter deep. Something like that. That's what the doctor said. So, I don't know. She says that's what I'm going to try to do. I don't know what it actually ended up being. She said that before she did it.
Ray said the state patrol watches them coming back in from Colorado. Some will bring in just a little. Yeah, they figure they can get away with it. They probably do. Most of them probably. People get away with it all the time.
Take a blade off to increase the pitch. How is taking the blade off going to increase the pitch?
Well, you know,
John
Matt.
Coke does that. Take a blade off, it's just going to vibrate like hell. Simon, I'm rebuilding my house to look like an Aussie shearing shed on the outside. The inside will be Viking Longhouse. I'm not sure what that is. If you want, can you hide a GPS tracker so you can find Buff at tool stores and car shows? I don't go to much of that. If I go to a tool store, it's with Kim, and then it's like she starts looking around at everything, and then she's ready to go, and then I'm not ready to go yet. Then I start looking around at everything. It's like I want to buy one of everything. It's like, no, let's get two of everything. They got a new Harbor Freight here. It's exceptionally good store. Pretty good stuff. And Harbor Freight has cheap crap, but they also have really good stuff. They have all different levels of quality. So it's pretty good. Most of it's Chinese, but some of it's not. Some of it comes from other countries. Maybe some U.S. made stuff, I'm not sure. Kevin Smith had cathedral ceilings in our house growing up. We would swing from the beams like monkeys. Oh, and Kevin Smith says good night. Okay. Take care.
Good night, Kevin.
Please. Eliza Darwin. Kevin, brother, look after those 6-foot lettuce plants. God, I knew a guy who used to grow stuff. He says, just don't grow it in rows. He passed away young, too. He got cancer.
Heartwarming.
He was growing marijuana in California, Northern California, in an area where they do a lot of that. And he was giving it to people that had cancer. And I don't know what the product was he was having, but he had doctors coming to him like, "What are you doing? What you know? It's not curing the cancer, but the cancer stuff, And they were looking at what he was doing. But then he ended up dying of cancer. So there were like 600 or 700 people at his funeral, and it was all people that had cancer that he'd helped. Cheap thin-walled sockets can be handy sometimes. Oh yeah, to get down into things. Yeah, like the wheels on my car, you have to have them because there's almost no room to get down in there.
Well, we just have to use a socket, not a cheap lug wrench.
Well, yeah, but we have to use like a 12-point chocolate, 12-point socket. Why did I say chocolate?
Remember using a chocolate on it?
I was thinking about chocolate, I guess.
Must have been.
Mitchell's Island is the green triangle. Okay.
I think we should have to take this to Arizona.
Granddad Shunk says, my grandmother, I'll get it right yet. My granddaughter says hello. Her name is Taylor. Hello, Taylor. Oh, Taylor. Not Taylor. Taylor. Hello, Taylor.
Taylor Swift?
Mexican Spec says TK just put out a video of a woman that was behind on her Tesla payments. She went to the nail shop to get her hands and feet done, and the car drove away by itself. It's self-repoed. There you go.
Self-repoed.
My car's driving away.
Wow, can you believe you signed for that when you bought that car?
Hippie Long says, Kim, may I get a quick Del Camino update, please?
Yeah, give me a minute.
Kim says, give her a minute. I don't know what she's doing inside the car.
Sitting down.
Oh, she's resting in that.
That chair is so uncomfortable.
But that seat in that car is comfortable, isn't it?
It is. It's
Uh, so I'll give some update. Kim decided to do the tailgate a little differently. Surprised me because I didn't know it, because I wasn't up here, and she did something completely different than what we had discussed. But I think it'll turn out better. But it'll be a whole lot more work. So anyway, the tailgate, you can see it in the back of the truck. So we're about to do a lot more work on that. But Garfon says, broke many thin wall sockets on an impact gun. I've broken a few. Surprisingly, most of them haven't broken. But yeah, I have broken thin wall sockets on an impact gun. And I've done that with Snap-on. Snap-on 12 points. You just take it up on the truck, and the guy in the truck will look at it and go, what'd you do with that? He'd give it to me. He'd give me a new one. So I had a Snap-on screwdriver that was about, I don't know, it was probably 4 feet long. Big, fat screwdriver, big blade on it like this. You know what you buy something like that for. So I was trying to get a bumper that was all rusty off some car, trying to get the bolts out of it, prying on it, and I broke the tip off the screwdriver. So when the Snap-on truck came in that week, I went up with a screwdriver, and I'm holding it, and he looks at it, he goes, what were you doing with that? And I said, there's a big screw. And I had it like this, and I was trying as hard as I could. And he goes, give it to me. And he gave me a new one. He knew I was prying with it. Is the seat back all the way, Kim? Hippie Wong wants to know.
It goes back further.
It goes back further. And we made sure when we put that wall in there that it tips, it reclines. It doesn't recline all the way back, but it reclines back far enough.
It reclines a lot.
It reclines back far enough you would be comfortable if you decided to sleep in there.
Yeah, it's better than a single cab.
Yeah, the seat is from some Chrysler product that I don't know. I bought those seats in.
They look like minivan seats or something.
I think they are. I bought them in Phoenix. There was a guy that had seats for sale, and I was in Yuma. I was driving up to Phoenix for something else, which is like a couple hours away. And I got over there, and he goes, "Come on out here." And he's got him out in his yard with this huge cover, and he picks it up. Oh, there's probably 100 seats there. He goes, which ones do you want? They're all like sets. So I picked this set out, and I bought them for the Studebaker because I had the Studebaker then. But we ended up putting them in this car, and I'm glad I put them in this car. So I don't know what we'll put the Studebaker. Yeah, it's kind of nice. They got a headrest. A lot of people don't like headrests in older cars, but yeah, I like them. And they recline. So that's a Sterling Moss tank. That's not the seatbelt, by the way, that little thin strap. That's a little thin strap.
I think I welded it into the door for purpose.
You didn't weld the strap into the door, did you?
Yeah, I did.
That's why we have die grinders. We have die grinders to unweld the straps that get welded.
Maybe it's coming out of there.
Man, I'm not feeling good again. I wonder what happened. It's like I had stomach issues.
Let us recall.
Ray says, I broke the tip off my 4-foot snap-on pry bar. The truck guy asked, what was I doing with it? I told him that there was really tight. I told him that there was really tight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tight. Very, very tight. Whatever it was really.
Carlos says, back soon. 10-100 break. That was what they used to say on the CB was 10-100. Do you see even Sterling Moss reclined the seat back to a 110-degree angle to be horizontal? 110. That was like an F-16 fighter. You sit way back and real low in it so you can pull more G's, less trouble. It's not like sitting up real tall when you pull out G's, all the blood rushes out of your head. F-16 Viper. Everybody I knew that flew Vipers liked it. That's the best airplane in the world. I don't know. Of course, the F-15 guys say the same thing. My guess is the F-22 people say the same.
But they'd be wrong.
Racist. I told him if there was a really tight screw. Okay. So screw. Yeah, that's basically what I told him. It was a screw.
Definitely so. Very tight.
Oh, man. Just like that, Juan Manuel did the same. Kim, how are you feeling?
A little better. I was too hot and sweaty.
Oh, you're hot and sweaty? I'm just not feeling very good. My stomach feels like crap. I don't know what's wrong. I just don't feel good, and I don't know why. I want to feel better. What did Carfon says? What's the oldest tool in your toolbox? The oldest one I know of. Oh, where's the toolbox? I think I can put my hands on it. But I'm not sure. I am really not sure. Oh, where is it? Here it is. Here's this thing. I have a paper somewhere that tells what it is. I believe this is Snap-on, but I'm not sure. And I think it was from like a 1927 Buick to get it. Some bolt that's on the engine, like a motor mount bolt or something. But I got it somewhere. But I have it. I have the paperwork, what it's for. And so that, and then I have some Snap-on sockets that were pre-World War II. They were like late 30s, and they're dated late 30s. And this is kind of special. I got this on eBay some years ago. I just wanted it, just to have it. It's an old wrench from the USSR. The guy said he went diving in a river and pulled a bunch of old tools out of the river. And he was from This guy, I got this, like, I don't know. I'm sure there's a date on it somewhere. I got this a good 10, 12 years ago. But the guy was from Kiev, Ukraine, before all the bad stuff happened there. And I didn't pay much for it. He shipped it to me. So, anyway, interesting.
Back to USSR.
Yeah.
You know how lucky you are.
Pete Stevenson says, I have a 1925 bed spanner, open ender, square head. Burlock says, my oldest is a Craftsman half-inch ratchet from the 50s. Yeah, I got a lot of stuff from the 50s. I got quite a bit of stuff from the 40s, World War II era stuff. Dean Stevenson says, just in case Mrs. Ecstasy forgets the handcuff key again.
Oh, that's a problem.
Inspector Bruce is here. Good evening. Oh, Kim, I am not feeling good.
If you want, I'll finish the stream up and go home.
Hey, look who's here. Gypsy Fluff. Haven't seen you in months, man. How are you doing? Gypsy Fluff is a super CAD operator and machinist from Ohio. Are you still in Ohio, still doing that stuff? Dean and the collar whips change dog stage when you're not. I'm doing good. I've been putting my nose to the grindstone. I've been developing a game for several months. Oh, and the gaming too. The airplane that I was working on, the last one up there, the last one that I was doing in Ohio, it was a new wing for an existing airplane. So Kitsy Fluff did the wing all in 3D CAD. Really did a good job on it.
What kind of game, Kitsy Fluff? I like games. What game engine are you using?
Steven, so I have to keep those hidden, Granddad's junk. When the flight car arrives, it's never good to upstage him. Kitsy Fluff, I did a small gameplay showcase last weekend. The players who tried it really liked it, so that's awesome. Oh, Kim, I'm feeling terrible. I don't know what happened. Ray says, I bought a bunch of more tools at auction. Oldest is for 30 Chevys. Well, that's pretty cool. Okay, Kitsy Flips says, Metroidvania game engine is Game Maker Studio 2. Games, it's the most like Castlevania, Symphony of the Night, and Deltarune. Tao says, go home, rest up, Buff. We'll survive. Yeah, I'm gonna hang in here a little bit. Maybe it'll get better.
He doesn't want to quit. He just wants to complete.
No, I'm just telling you, something isn't right. Oh, you're awful, but I like you. Mo Parquet's here. Good evening.
Hey, Kay!
And Wendy English is here. And EFOG is here. Everybody's popping in. What happened? Somebody else shut down?
Somebody else must have been shutting down. Or were we stepping on Pete's stream again or something?
And Ray says, well, Buff, maybe we should call it a night and feel better tomorrow. I felt really sick earlier, and then I felt good. So I came up here, and now it's like, it's sort of coming back again. Dean Stevens says, we've got so many moderators, we can bend each other's ears rather than yours. Yeah, there was, and Colby Queso just popped in. Wow, everybody just showed up. Yeah, one night there were no moderators in here. I need somebody to post a link. So I'm looking at who's in there. I'm thinking, who can I make a moderator? It's like, Dean's been in here for a while, and I saw him as a moderator in some other. Where are you? You're a moderator somewhere else. And so I made him I said, maybe he can behave. And I made him a moderator. Dean, where else are you a moderator? You were a moderator somewhere on some channel I was in. Wendy said, just had to cut Dawn's hair. Yeah, Kim cut my hair. Did you see it after she cut my hair? She cut it all off. See that? It's just like really, really gone. But I asked her to do it. Actually, I took the clippers and I just started going after it. And I wasn't doing real good, so she finished it.
I offered to cut it normal for him, but he was really mad. Made a mess of it, and then I had to fire it back up.
Granddad Jen says, all the family turning up now. Nice one.
Yeah, you can't leave now. Everybody's here. Suddenly everybody's here.
You get me thinking about something else. Oh, One-Eyed Cat's here. Donna's here. Wendy's here, and Donna's here. I remember when they used to log in as the same person. And I found out it was two people. Then they got their own logins. So now they can be just across the house from each other, like Kim and I are, and we can be in the same, and we can talk to each other through somebody else's channel.
Even when they're doing the same thing.
We'll be in Mexican Specs channel separately. So Kim and I are in rooms that are next to each other, and we're talking to each other through Mexico. That's crazy. What are we doing?
I don't know. Silliness, isn't it? Sometimes this happens.
Carlos says that's how many haircuts have been for the last 30-odd years. Number 3 call. I'm in number 2. On Landon, on Renegades, and on one other room. I'm trying to think of the one where I saw you. It wasn't, could have been Landon. Renegade? I don't know. I was thinking it was Steve Lato, but it wasn't. Because I've seen you in Steve Lato's live. I don't go in his lives very often. But I watch him every day, but I don't go in his lives very often. What a Carpon says, nice haircut. That explains why you wear a hat. I ever since I was in the Air Force, I just wore a hat. Steve Burlock says, mine says 1/4 inch for the side. No, I think it was 1997 or 98, last time I paid for a haircut. They actually got some mess pen. Oh, mess pen, that's the name of your truck. Stuff done today. I finished the 12 bolt even after it bit me hard yesterday. Oh, you got stitches from working on your 12 bolt rear end.
Ooh. I'm
Stitches.
sorry.
Stitches.
You really get, it really got you when you get stitches for it.
87 or 88, not 97. Oh, that's a while. 50 flip. I got a new 3D printer recently. I'm really impressed how far they've come. I was able to unbox it, and it makes perfect parts without any fiddling. It just works. Well, that's pretty good.
Yeah, they're getting better.
Don says, Wendy's been cutting my hair for almost 30 years. On second set of cutters, pro grade now. Yeah, mine are like a lawnmower. Except I have trouble getting it right back here. And then I got the fuzzy stuff on the back of my neck. I'm going to shave that off and take a little pair of, I got a little narrow pair of clippers, and I take that off. I can't see back there. What I want to do is cut it before I went and had the surgery on my ear, because there's all hair and everything around there, and I didn't want the doctor to have to mess with it. I want it all clean. Oh, I just hit this accidentally, Kim. I was pointing to it, and I ripped at the bandage. He's not going to look at it.
You'll be okay. What'd you do? Rip bandage?
Oh, I caught it here
You're
with my
okay.
finger.
I see it's still attached.
Okay, I can print nylon with this new printer, too, which is awesome. You can print nylon. I had a plastic welder, and I could weld everything except nylon. Nylon was like horrible. I couldn't. It's like you could get to a point where it start to melt, it gets soft, and then it would burn. And I struggled with nylon and gave up on it. Rate this. Note to self: don't let the housing roll off the stands when your hand is under it.
Whoa!
Yeah, that will do it.
Sounds really awful.
I hate it when I get a cut like on the back side of my finger. It's like I know something happened. And I'll open it up and I just see white meat in there. And then a second or two later, now it's red. Now it's just blood everywhere. I've done that more than once. It's like, ooh, stitches time. Kitsy Flip says, I've got a fixture printing right now, 20-hour print time, so it's solid. Yeah, place in Maryland where I worked at a 3D printer. It worked fairly well, and they let it go all night. Sometimes you come in the morning, there'd just be this bird's nest in there. Gosh, something happened. Don says, I learned to sit a long time ago. 50 Club. Carbon fiber reinforced nylon at that. That's amazing. Hollis's trick for the back half is run the clippers in all directions, up, down, left, right. Oh, yeah, you're probably right. But when I got to that point, I could tell I was having trouble. I said, Kim, can you finish this? She looked at it, shook her head, and finished it. Ramshead Junk says, Kitsy, can you make bushings for suspension? I knew a guy that made seals, rubber seals, or maybe they were neoprene seals, for World War II fighters and bombers and stuff. And what he did was he machined them. He'd freeze everything, and then he'd machine it, and that would keep the rubber or neoprene, whatever it was, really hard. And he'd machine it, and he'd had good seals. So I don't know. Gypsy Close says, no idea. I don't work on cars. That's my brother's thing. Ah, I never met your brother. Let's see. This is my new printer. Even has Wi-Fi access and a camera. So it's in the workshop printing. I can watch it and control it from my bedroom. Oh, you could probably do that from a long ways away. Sounds like a win.
You know why it has that? So the government can watch what you're printing.
So the government can watch what you're printing. That's what that's for. It's to spy on you. Make sure you're not building gun parts. Yeah.
Guns are not the least of their worries now. Fully autonomous AI robots is what they're worried about next.
Everything. Worried about everything. Let's see. Luke says, hooray, Argentina.
Hooray! Hooray or hurry?
Well, it says hooray, Argentina. Apparently, something good happened with Argentina.
Sweet. Okay. Good to know.
And Kitsy Fluff's laughing at your thoughts about why, I guess. Can just on a chair. Oh, what are you going to put the, what is that? That's not, is that Bondo or is that?
Suddenly he takes an interest, folks! I figured it out! I break out the jar of gravy, and suddenly...
I'm a machinist. I can make whatever I want. So I'd already be on the watch list.
Oh, yeah, that's why they're watching. That's what it means to be on the watch list.
You're in Ohio. They just got a new law in Ohio. Governor just signed it. That requires the passenger of a car to, under certain conditions, the passenger has to provide the police officer with ID. And
the passenger sees you speeding, they have mandatory.
Oh, that smells good, but
don't huff.
Don't be huffing the Bondo. It's not Bondo, but it's similar. It is short strand, but it is polyester resin in there. Okay, so Luis is watching. Yeah, he says definitely I'm watching FIFA for today.
Chris body lies. No. There's no.
I'm wondering what you're going to put that on.
That's this rail right here.
Oh.
I got to get that filled in so we can paint it.
Yeah, okay.
It all needs painted so we can push it out into the weather. Anything we don't paint is going to rust immediately.
Okay, that's very good. And Don says, without a curiosity, is the Ute going to get painted someday and what color? I'm going to paint it the same color it is because because under hood and the door jambs and under the dash and all that stuff is already that color, and I don't want to have to do all that. And I hate it seeing a Chrysler product where you open up the hood and it's wrong
black
color,
under the hood,
wrong color. So I'm just going to do it the same color, and we already have the paint, and
we can always paint it again.
Well, I have like just a quart because we paint when it was still a 4-door. We repainted parts of it. So that's what I'm going to do.
And show them the other paint that I got recently that we're going to use.
Yeah.
Just show them.
Kim bought this. I don't know why she bought this sophisticated stuff. I don't really want to use this sophisticated stuff. Man, am I shaky trying to pick that up with one hand. Some kind of epoxy primer, expensive shit. So, and there's all this. I've been using Spray Bomb primer sealer, which is plenty good enough because I use a water-based paint, and when you use water-based paint and use regular primer, the regular primer is hygroscopic, and so it'll suck up a little bit of water, moisture, out of the air. But if you paint it with a water-based paint, it'll soak right into that primer, and you get rust underneath. And I've learned how to deal with that is with spray can primer. That's some commenter really gave me hell, but use the Spray Bomb primer sealer that solves the problem. And I was just gonna keep it simple and cheap. So I just want to be a stock color and not have to do a full color change on a Chrysler product. That's a lot of work. See, now your car, it was originally white, right? Your Road Toad. So, I mean, it looks good white. And I assume the engine compartment's white. I think it is. I think I would have noticed if you had the hood open and it was something else. So I guess it's white under the hood. Of course, with a 440 and a Road Toad, can't see much other than the engine. It's packed in there. You can imagine somebody put a 440 in a 62 Valiant. A lot of mass under that hood. Kim, you're gonna have crisp body lines with all that blocking.
You already read them.
Kitsy Fluff says, not particularly. I don't work on cars or engines, but like if you give me a machine, I can figure it out. You know, on that new wing, he did a lot of fittings and things that had to be really good, and he did a good. He drew them up. Actually, I think I drew them on like a 2D CAD, and then he did them in 3D and machined them up. That stuff was really good. I can change my own brakes and fill the oil. That's about all the car work I do myself. I worked on parts for engines before, though. Let's see. Don says, smart move. I should have thought. All those open chamber subs are easy to make. Granddad's jump. All those open chamber subs are easy to make. See, Burlock, same with me. Never rebuilt an engine. I just can't draw well. I don't want AI to help. It will spread anything it hears.
It does.
Paul, Pajoui's here. What's a good spray can to paint an automatic transmission? Automatic spray paint? No, I don't know.
Automatic spray paint. You know what? The hard part about aluminum is the preparation, because aluminum is really hard to clean.
Just off the top of my head, what I would do is get some what do they call that primer? Can't I pull words out of my head?
What are you trying to say?
The primer that's self-etching. That's what I would think. Hit it with some self-etching primer and then paint with whatever you want that'll go over that primer. That's what I used to use on aircraft. We'd sand the sheet metal with like something reasonable, 400, and wipe it down with acetone to get any oil or grease off of it, and then hit it with self-etching primer, let it dry, and then hit it right away with whatever color you're going to put on. We never had any problem with that coming off. Now, the old days, they used zinc chromate primer on aluminum, and I had problems with that, adhesion problems sometimes, and I decided to move away from it. Don says it was kitchen blue from the factory. I saved I saved us. So I'm not sure what that word is. Kim probably could figure it out. When I painted under the hood white last summer. Okay, so you painted it white under the hood. Okay, so and you had your engine out, so that makes sense. I don't want to pull the engine back out of this car. We've had it out twice. That's enough.
That's enough.
And,
wait, we've had it out twice?
Yeah,
Why
remember?
Did we have it out again?
Because there was a problem with the torque converter nub not fitting in the crank.
Oh, geez, yeah, we had to take it out and sand the torque converter.
And the torque converter, we thought maybe the nub was the wrong size because they made two different size nubs, and it wouldn't fit in there. But it was just some corrosion on there, so it was only like 1,000th of an inch, or less than 1,000th. It just was enough of a...
It was enough that we couldn't get it to slide in, and we started getting suspicious.
It was enough of an interference finish, enough of the interference fit that it wouldn't go together. So, pull the engine back out. Kim took sandpaper and just went over that nub because measured it. It should fit, but it didn't fit. So she sanded it, went down there, went right together. So, yeah, engine's out twice.
Yeah, once we had it out, we knew that it was not a big issue. We just didn't know until we pulled it back out. Man, pulling engines out, what a pain.
Yeah, but slant sixes really aren't a big deal.
No,
it's just if you're going to refinish that, you got to pull the engine out. We already cleaned under the hood, but probably have to clean under the hood again. And then we got all this wiring and tubing and stuff. You really got to pull all that back and sand all that. It's like that's
not that much. But
doubles the work of painting a car. I just painted the same color.
Not more.
And it'll look stock. It'll look like that must be the original color.
It will look very stock.
It looks very stock, except it's
it'll look deceptively like it's supposed to always be this way.
See, bro, I just want to make a prototype air compressor engine. Judy Burlick says, high heat, why not truck bed liner? Why not truck bed liner? Well, we may do that in the back of the
bed.
bed.
I'm going to look for flavored liner for the bed.
Flavored, like some kind of
flavor match.
Like, yeah, something to make it the same color or make it like a
flavor
similar color. Yeah.
Flavor.
As long as it's not brighter, it can be different tone but not bright. Like that one wheel we have that's bright yellow. Kim took yellow spray paint and sprayed one of the wheels yellow to match the.
There it is down there. You can see it.
She wanted.
Look how absurd it looks.
She painted that wheel to match the car. Yeah, thanks.
It looks horrible.
So, I'm getting used to it. I'm starting to think maybe that's the right color for the wheels.
Horrible.
Okay, come back. Yeah, Buddy Car Farm never had any luck painting headers. Blisters off in a couple of days.
Yeah, it does.
And Lisa, I think it's Lisa. We use stove paint on our NASCAR modified headers.
Does it stay on any?
You know, I knew people used to get them.
You find out in the dark. Well, that's in case you have a flat tire.
Ceramic coated, but of course that's money.
Yeah.
Barbecue black paint works on exhaust manifolds.
You know what happens if you get your headers ceramic coated?
What?
It'll interfere with your steering shaft, and you'll have to hit them with
a
hammer.
And then you'll have to reshape the header after you get the work done.
Yep. You know
those guys, those crazy guys that, the old Motor Trend guys that are trying to make it on YouTube now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean.
Yeah.
They
Simon. And Simon Fordman. And,
No. The guys that did the Engine Masters. They took some headers and they ran the engine, and then they started putting dents in the headers, like they had to make dents like to go around a steering gear, go around something, and they ran it. It really didn't make any difference, and they started beating the shit out of them, making dents and banging the shit out of them all over the place, and they ran them and ran them, and it never made any difference in the power of the engine. And I was amazed at that. So now I'm not so worried about making a few dents in headers.
No, you can smash them like half flat, and it still doesn't.
Ray says he can find that wheel in the dark. Tavo, I got bedliner kit for my Ute. Never got to apply it yet. Hides a lot of nasties. Yeah, that's the other reason I want to use it, because this bed's a little rough, but it'll be fine. It's going to be
really rough when we're done.
It'll be fine with a liner in there.
The welding and the fitting and the cutting and the piecing things together.
Luis says amazing. Tavo says, I think it was called bed armor. Oh, okay. Hippie Long knows. Don't bake in oven. This is why I said, oh yeah. What did I do when I was a kid? Oh, I know what it was. I had a 292 Ford, an old Y block apart when I was 16 years old, and I put all the rods and the rod caps in the dishwasher. I used to put all the push rods in where the silverware goes, and I ran it in the dishwasher when my parents weren't there. And then I took it out. Man, the inside of the dishwasher smelled really bad. It cleaned the parts really well. So then I ran a load with just dishwasher detergent, and another load just with this dishwasher detergent, and a third load just with dishwasher detergent. And pretty soon, I thought it smelled okay. But I was wrong.
But I was wrong.
Did you put something in this dishwasher? Oh, man.
Did you yell shit from across the house?
And let's see. Red Sense is here. Howdy. And Straight Bullet. I always buy chrome headers.
Good for you.
Ray says, oh yeah, Freiberger. Yeah, it was Freiberger. And who are the people? There were three of them that were on Engine Masters. I subscribed to Motor Trend back then for Engine Masters. I used to watch some of the stuff, but I always watched Engine Masters. I think it was pretty good stuff. But yeah, they're gone.
You know why they're
But
gone?
some of them are on. Well, they couldn't. Well, with YouTube being free, it's hard to have a pay service.
That's not wrong.
And Kim is here. Barrows. Good evening.
Hey, we were talking about you earlier.
Yeah, we were talking about you earlier because we're counting all the Kims in here. Wrench sense. How's she hanging? Okay. Talk about kind of a thick rubberized paint hides what's there now and protects it from more. That's right. And I expect to put some thick, uh, thick, sticky bedliner type material back there. Oh yeah, Steve Dulcich. Dulcich, and the other Steve is who's the other Steve? The one that ran the dyno. Steve.
McQueen.
Different Steves. Kim's naming off every Steve she can think of. Steve. It was Steve. Yeah, it was a French sounding name. I can't think of what it was. Okay, let's see here. Hippie Lawn says I would like to do my trunk in that stone gray coat. Yeah, I like that. I really like that stuff. Louise says Paddy Wagon. That's where they put the criminals. Uncle Tony knew them. Says C. Burlock. Yeah, don't remember the Dino guy's last name. Yeah, Steve.
Not know those guys.
Steve. I was going to say Sauvé, but that's the guy that's in here. Steve.
Marks.
Oh God, quit telling me wrong names, Kim. Everybody saying hi to Barrows. Kitsy Plus says, Buff, I just texted you a picture of a part I 3D printed yesterday. It looks pretty cool. Okay, I'll look at it when I'm done here.
Look at a show with chat.
Okay. I'll see what I can do here. Steve is the bomb. Says wrench sense.
I can neither confirm nor deny the existence of a bomb.
Steve Brule. Brule? Say his name? Steve Brule?
It's French.
Yeah, I said it sounded like it was French.
Sounds like some kind of food.
Okay, this is it. This is a part that Kitsy Fluff just did. I assume you want to show this? I don't know. That's a part he just did. That's a 3D printer part. I'm trying to make it so it doesn't reflect light. Anyway. Steve Brule. Yes, Brule.
French for burnt sugar.
Yeah, Wrench Sense got it right. Brule.
Kitsy Fluff, when can you start making reproduction manual fuel pumps for American cars that don't fail within a few minutes?
When English is Steve Maggs. Yeah, I just watched one he did. Steve Mignante, that he calls himself Steve Maggs. Steve Maggs, he just did something yesterday. I thought it was really good. It was a guy that had the like a '63 maybe Pontiac that had some little engine in it, but he put a 421 in it and raced it, and he showed all the stuff he did when he was a kid. The disc brakes on it from Monte Carlo or something, but then the tie rods didn't fit on, so he just cut them and welded them. They looked terrible welds. And he goes, man, I was stupid. I was young, and I just thought that was good enough. So he's got tie rod ends going out that are just booger welded. And he drove it like that for a long time. It's like, oh man.
It's fine till it's not.
Emmy is a cute one. Yeah, I 3D printed on my new printer. Made it in 4 hours. When I get drawings of them so I can mark. Okay, so Kim's a CAD operator. What CAD? You don't have any CAD right now, do you?
What do you mean?
Okay, you're a
I
CAD
haven't
operator.
done anything with CAD in quite some time.
Her CAD work was, not that it's all that much different, but she's a
Civil engineer.
and she was doing things like figuring out where buildings and parking lots and
Drainage
and all this kind of stuff. She said, I'm mainly limited by machine size. My mill is pretty small. Like Carpon says, Tornado Tempest. Yeah, that's what it was. Wrench says, what was your first car? My first car? 64 Ford Galaxy, 289, automatic. That at some point became 351 Windsor automatic, and that's when it became a fun car. So it was it was okay. It wasn't built like crazy 351, but it was like warmed over, give it a little more power. It was a fun car. It really was. I had that car for 17 years, and it got old. And I had a landlord at the time that was griping about it because it was light blue and it had a black hood on it. Somebody had wrecked somebody let a 2-year-old run their car into it. So I got some parts. I put a new grill in it, put a hood up, primered the hood, primer black, and then landlord was complaining about that car being. He hated that car there because it looked old, and I finally got pissed off because it was the landlord where my business was, so I gave the car away just to get it out of my hair. Wish I hadn't done that. Burlock says malware bites ad. Hippie long. I'm thinking about making liquid acrylic taillights. I disassembled mine and freaking dropped it. Any 64 Dart, probably means Dart taillights out there. Hey, is Mexican Spec still here? Have you looked at? I think he already gave you a link. You probably already looked. Because I know he's got all kinds of that stuff. Yeah, and Tavo says CAD, cardboard assisted design. Yeah, CAD, I used to do it with a computer, now I do it with cardboard. When he was sick a couple of years ago. Oh, yeah, Steve Meggs was extremely sick for years, probably 2 years. He he had some terrible brain infection or something. He was a mess, and it took him a couple of years to come back. Pharaohs, with the increase in ethanol to our fuel, I'm afraid I'm now done with manual fuel pumps due to vapor loss. Yeah, if you're pulling fuel in, it lowers the pressure on the inlet side, and yeah, you get vapor loss sometimes.
So you can.
And Ray says he's got to go. So
what you can do if you're having vapor lock problems is put a bypass on the system, a recirculating bypass.
Right, have a tiny line going back to the
Yep.
tank, and that way it keeps it out of there. And we've done that. So Ray's taking off. So
good night, Ray. Thanks for being here. We appreciate you.
Wrench says good one. Mine was a '68 Plymouth Fury. My favorite of those old Furies was a '65, maybe '66, but I really like '65. But I have that 318 Poly, and I wouldn't mind having a C-body Chrysler to put it in. The other C-body I like is a '72 Dodge Polara. But all those old C-body Chryslers they're nice cars. Barrows, besides a good rotary electric pump, makes a car fire up like VFI. I found with those, I got a, what do you call it? I can't pull words up anymore because my brain's half dead. Put a regulator on it. Why couldn't I think of regulator? Like my '64 Ford with the Windsor in it. I had some kind of a high volume mechanical fuel pump, and I had back then it wasn't Edelbrock, it was a Carter AFB, and that thing would flood out with anything more than about 3 pounds on it. So I had a regulator set for like about 3 pounds, and it was plenty to keep it full, and it wouldn't flood. And Luis says his first car was a 2002 Chrysler Neon. Huh? Oh, and Mexican Spec says, no, I don't have them. I already needed them too. And Ray still says on Barrows, that always makes a good video. The Burlock says, Dulcich dealt with him, wasn't impressed with his manners. For instance, need a return for vapor lock. Yep, that's a little tiny. You can get a fuel filter that has a little tiny. I think it's AMC did it originally. The little tiny line that went back, and that's one way to do it because it comes right with the fuel filter, and it sends the fuel back. That keeps it from vapor locking.
Yep, you just have to have a place to send the return. That's the hardest part.
Hippie Long says, Kitsy, a person is 3D printing dark taillights and selling on eBay. You can make them for less dollars. You can sell a lot. I'll be your tester. When you 3D print something that's like that's almost clear, can you, does it end up looking the same? Brinson, my brain is half dead too. Join the club, yeah. Yeah, the older I get, the less I remember. Well, what's funny? Like my father bought a 56 Ford in 1956. I was 2. I can remember the license number, but I can't remember stuff that I learned yesterday, I don't know. Old person problem. And Mexican Spec says, a long day, I have to something. Oh, go lie down. He made it into one word. Go lie. Go lie down. See you later. Okay, see you later. Adios. For coin depot or depot, whichever it is, add. Arrows. The old fix for vapor lock was to buy a mechanical pump for a van or tell them it has AC. Those have the third nipple. Okay. Yeah, and I think there's a lot of AMCs that are that way. Like, I don't know if you can still buy fuel filters for AMC cars. It's extremely difficult to print things that are clear unless it's a resin. Yeah. Yeah, they can be at most translucent. Well, the other thing about a taillight is it has to have a reflective quality to it. On the inside, they got all those, whatever you call them, little, I don't know what you call those things, so that when you shine light at it, it reflects it back. For instance, read this. And this. I don't know what that means.
He's spelling out retarded.
Oh, I see. Yeah, because it's the opposite. It's like when we're turning distributor, you can advance it or anti-advance it because we learned that when you put that in the title that you use the R word to go this way, that YouTube doesn't like that. Yeah, we get like 2 views on the video. What are you doing? Oh, you're getting rid of it? You're just yep. She just removed it. Sorry about that.
I'm not sorry.
It's
Don't be a dumbass.
okay. So we just got rid of it. Our last model Valiants had third nipple on the fuel filter for the return, says Tavo. Yeah, okay, so they started having the same problem there. Okay, and Luis says, well, it's been very long. I have to go watch Crash and Bernstein episode. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye, thanks for being here. Let's go up. All 90-degree corners are retro reflectors to reflect things in motion 180 degrees with tolerance. Okay. Yeah, wrench sense almost got you. Yeah, you got me. You didn't get her. In English, my first car was a '75 Ford Granada. Paid $200.
Nice. Hippie Long asked, has 3D metal printing been invented yet?
Yes.
Absolutely. They have different, you can print in multiples of materials.
And you know who you talked to about that is Slant Daily Garage. He works at Edelbrock, and they do that.
They can print in hot metal, or they can print in like powder metal, and then you have to
do something to
it. Yeah. I think it shrinks when you treat it, so they have to print the set part in a larger size, and then it shrinks down. So it's only good for certain kinds of things because the tolerances are very difficult to keep.
Wrench sense. Ever built a custom frame? Not for a car, but I built many, many, many chromoly tubing frames for aircraft, which are smaller, thinner tubes because it has to be lightweight. But I've designed and built aircraft frames, and two of them became successful commercial products. But yeah, I want to do a car frame. The Studebaker will probably have a custom frame under it. And my guess is what I want to do. Of course, I don't know what I'll do till I do it. But I've got the front end of the subframe for like a '79 Trans Am, all the second gen F body GM cars, Camaros and Firebirds. They had that 4-bolt hold the subframe on. I've got one of those for a '79 Trans Am. Then I'll probably have to build the back of the frame myself and put the Studebaker on it. And that way I'll have, and the width is just about right. It's like 3/4 of an inch wider. Big deal. Just make the wheels out a little bit further in the wheel wells, and they're kind of sunken anyway, so it'll look good. But that way I can use the disc brakes and if you ever driven one of those cars, the big fat sway bars on them, they handle pretty good. So, I could make that Studebaker handle real well. But I don't know. We'll see what happens. You never know what you're going to do to a car if you start on it. Hippie Long says, Kitty, I have a product for you to sell. 64 dart trim clips. Man, I don't know. That's like a spring steel thing, isn't it? You need to stamp out. I don't know. No, oh, it's not. It's something else.
They're just little things. They sell those already.
They sell them. Yeah, somebody sells those, I think.
Yeah.
Kim knows where to get those. Let's see. Or I don't know if she knows where to get them, but we've seen them. But a car found had a brown '77 Mercury Monarch.
They're expensive, but it's not going to be any cheaper to do a one-off production of them. Unfortunately. General Electric prints jet engines. Some parts. The metals with high tolerance steel, high tensile steel or titanium parts and stuff like that. It's not cheaper to try and 3D print that stuff.
Okay, Slimo. I'm back. My dog was chasing a goanna out in the yard. Okay, you got to explain to us what that is.
Iguana?
Oh, maybe it's iguana? I don't know. What's a goanna?
Iguana.
That's something that they have.
I want to get out of here.
That's something they have down under that we don't have here, I guess. Where we have it, we call it something else. Could be general. Oh, you already read that.
The older it is, the easier it is. Yeah, the older stuff is easier to work on.
Find me some Kim 64 Dart GM clip, 0 found. Uh-oh. If you can't 3D print things cheaper than they can injection mold it because 3D printing operates on linear time. You can near instantly stamp or inject parts, but 3D parts need to slowly build up. Yep.
Hippie Long, I'll see what I can find. The trim clips. Like for the side trim? Is that what you're talking about? Are they super different than the newer stuff? Like what year did they change? What year did they change after 64? Because I know I looked up the clips for my 66 and I could get them.
Why?
But I don't know if they're the same for 64.
Why did you stop?
Because I have to grind that, and I didn't want to have to grind through the.
Yep, I understand.
I'll patch that up.
Go on, a big lizardy type creature, but not really a lizard as such. Okay, Barrow says, bad thing about a mechanical pump though is it's attached to the heat source. So it still boils and pushes through when you shut it off, and it's worse with modern fuel. It probably is.
Yeah, that's the problem with it's running mechanically off of the engine.
And everything's always blamed on the alcohol. And I'm wondering about all the other additives that are put in fuel that we really don't know what they are. We might know what they are, but we never talk about it. We only talk about the alcohol. The alcohol's 10%, but how much the percentage of the fuel are other additives that might vaporize at lower temperatures? Don't know. There's a giant list like an alligator. Oh, that's a big thing. Like an alligator. I don't want to mess with any alligators.
I'm surprised that they have never devised any kind of phenolic separator for the mechanical fuel pump. I think it's because they just started putting them in the electric ones in the fuel tank, and so they were just like, yeah.
Hippie One says, yes, clips are nylon doggy bone looking things.
Nylon doggy bone looking things.
Nylon? Yeah, okay, yeah. Send a picture to my email. Yeah, we'll look at it.
But I mean, are they different than the clips that the other vehicles had?
Yeah, because a lot of them are metal. It's the ones that have a metal, like a thing.
Yeah, but they replaced those metal ones with nylon ones that fit the same, but they're shaped differently because they're nylon. But
remember the things in this car that kept the windows from rattling on the. There's that track that the window crank thing goes in.
Yeah.
On these.
Yeah.
Carl, of course, he's passed away now. Carl bitch because he couldn't get those things. He goes, why don't you make some of those things? Make some of those things. Well, then we figured out how to do it with a washer and a piece of. We did it with something that was real simple. And of course, by the time we did it, Carl was gone because I didn't have any Mopars then, and like all he had was Mopars. So we always needed those things, but we learned how to do it without the thing. We used with washers and.
Hippie Long. I remember I found them for my 66 through some Mopar reproduction company, but they were dummy expensive. Worse than Tavo's saying. Tavo's saying $20 for 5. It was even worse than that. It was absurd, and I was like, I'll get them later.
Everything's like that.
But to 3D print them, just the handling to 3D print little clips, it's $5 $5 a piece is nothing. If you can't offer the guy running the 3D printer $5 per item, they don't really want to be bothered.
Recently, I saw some 3D printed things that are a pitot tube on an airplane, the thing that sticks out from the airplane that catches air that's going directly into it. That's how you get the airspeed reading and some other things. So, but when you park the airplane, you want to put a cover over it, a pitot cover, so that bugs don't go in there and make nests and things, and sand doesn't blow in there. Anyway, you put a cover over it. So some guy was 3D printing those things. It's like a tube with an end on it, and it's got a big thing hanging on it. It says, red thing says remove before flight. I looked at it and thought, man, I wonder how much time he's spending 3D printing those, because all they used to do is just take a piece of tubing, smash one end it shut, and hang a just banner on it that says remove before flight. Because I figured those things probably took quite a while to 3D print. So I don't know what he's doing that for. The reason they put the pump in the tank is to keep the pump cool, quiet with high pressure. If I wires,
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and it pushes it
Right, and
forward.
that solves the vapor lock problem.
Yep.
So thus they don't, but when did they start doing that?
What I like is when the pump is outside the tank in the back and near the bottom of the tank, so it's still pushing it forward, and the only suction is right there at the bottom of the tank. So it's like I have a friend that's 69 Grand Prix. That's wrong. It's an 89 Grand Prix. Get myself out of the 60s. It's an 89 Grand Prix, and it had a pump in the back that was right by the tank, which made it really easy to change. You didn't have to. Some of these cars, to change the pump in the tank it's not easy. Some of them aren't too bad, but you don't have to pull a tank. D. Burlock. Can see right down this name. Arl met in his team build V12s from scratch, race at Monaco. C.D. Burlock will tell you about all kinds of things that are
important,
that are different.
Yeah.
He watches all this stuff that's a little off, like most people don't do it. Like building a V12 engine from nothing. Okay, my phone's buzzing. I assume it's a picture.
Oh, it's probably the clip.
But it's not here.
How is it not there?
I don't know. The text I got was from Verizon trying to sell me a new phone.
Should get one.
Yeah, just what I want, another new phone. Yeah, they want this older phone. They don't like that because they can't track me. They can't see enough of what I'm doing.
They can absolutely track you.
Yeah, but they can't track me with as much detail as
with
they can.
High precision.
Highest precision is the new ones.
They can't hear you as well.
Yeah, what'd you say?
Well, you had the one camera blocked off. I got
a piece of tape over the camera.
They're like, there's something wrong with your camera. We can't see.
Yeah, you can.
Buy a new phone.
Your camera that's supposed to look at your face at all times. When you set the phone down, it sees everybody walking around. Yeah, you can't see that anymore because I put a piece of tape on it.
I don't like that.
Yeah, you're bad. Yeah, that's not illegal yet.
Can't you get that fit? Oh, I know. Eventually it will be.
Illegal to put a piece of tape over that camera?
Well, before it's illegal, it'll be a violation of terms of service to obstruct your camera or your microphone. And then...
Well, yeah, on your phone, you're going to obstruct the microphone? Nah, see, they got you there.
Right. You cannot obstruct a microphone or the thing, or attempt to block them from spying on you. It'll be a violation of terms of service of your cell agreement. And it won't be a problem because you don't have to have a cell phone if you don't want to, but they'll all do it. So then you'll have to agree to it if you want a cell phone. And you have to have a cell phone to have a job. You have to have a cell phone to have any kind of... You all know how it works. They want to know everything all the time. They want to see everywhere, every moment, and they think they're so smart.
Well,
being every damn all these companies.
New cars track you. They track everything you do.
No, they would never do that.
So there are ways you can fix some of that stuff, and some of them are simply pulling a fuse out. But a lot of them, when you pull the fuse out, it also kills a bunch of other stuff in the car that you don't want blocked. So, like the radio no longer works or something like that. So then there's workarounds for that.
The headlights or the air conditioning.
Right. So there's workarounds for that. But the C8 Corvettes, which is 2020 and newer, they have built it into the system, so you can't disable it. It's they know how fast you're going, where you're going, everything about everything, and they turn it over to the insurance companies. So, so I was reading something. I didn't even know where I see it. YouTube video or reading or something. Somebody bought a new Corvette and they took it out to a track, one of these, what do they call it, gymkhana, where they run around the cones, and their insurance company canceled it because they said it was going too fast and too abrupt of stops or something. So then he couldn't get insurance. Kitsy Fluff, I'm a cryptography expert. I can send all my messages unbreakable code. Unbreakable code.
But how do you author your messages, Kitsy Fluff? Because you're using a program, you're using software to author them. Are you using Linux?
See,
are you using Windows?
That's what his degree is in.
Yeah, he probably knows. Kind of he probably doesn't know how to avoid any kind of.
So that's what his degree is in. But then he's using his knowledge to do 3D printing and CAD and all that kind of stuff.
But anybody who does not have a degree in cryptography is unlikely to be able to hide anything from.
Oh, he emailed it. He didn't text it to me. He emailed it, for instance. They want audio of me taking a dump. I have fun with that. Yeah, that's the next thing I'll have is a freaking camera and a microphone in your toilet.
Right.
Oh, here comes the rain again. Let's see if I can figure out how to do this.
Well, that's why they have AI listen to you to take a dump, because the officers who were assigned to watch you before got sick of it.
But get smart, I had somebody in the toilet watching.
Now they put AI in there. Oh, man.
Which is this? No, it's not that. Nothing's easy. Yeah, I'm going to have to look at it when I get home, because I don't have enough computers and screens here to. I can check email while I'm doing this, but it's really
don't have enough computers.
It's really disruptive.
He's only got 2 computers and 2 screens, and he cannot look at the internet.
Well, you have one computer right up here.
One desktop.
I can remember a time when I thought all that would be impossible. When I was a kid, telephones were something that was on a desk or bolted to a wall, and it was all wiring and everything. And for anybody to listen to that, they had to have a search warrant to wiretap it. And if they did it some other way, it better not get caught, and it was a crime. Now it's just.
Remember Get Smart? He had a phone in his shoe, and it was so absurd. You could never have a phone that was in your shoe. And now...
Well, I think what's absurd...
We all have a phone that's the size of a shoe. They started making the phones bigger because they're...
The first Star Trek?
Yeah.
They had those little... Look like a flip phone. And they talk on that. And, we're like 30 years ago.
That was like futuristic.
That was futuristic.
That was more than 30 years ago. That was like 50 years ago now.
No, it wasn't 50 years ago.
Yeah, it was. What year was Star Trek?
I don't know.
It was back in the 60s, wasn't it? Some of those shows were in black and white.
But it wasn't 60s.
It would have been 60s.
70s, maybe. I don't know.
When was Star Trek?
Kitsy Fluff says, software I wrote myself.
Wow.
Burlock says, Kitsy, I have a friend that broke a 124 key in a week's time, borrowed the university's computers. Burlock, that's supposed to be impossible, right? currently works for Lockheed Martin. Let's see, Kitsy Flo says, my program can make genuinely unbreakable messages that can only be coded by the key specific to that message, but it mandates that the receiver have the exact program to decode the message. Play car phone. Remember party phone? Oh, yeah. Party lines in your house could listen. Oh, yeah. When I was a kid, we had a party line. So if you picked up the phone and you could hear somebody talking, you're supposed to hang the phone back up. Of course, there were people that would listen, but yeah, and then you had to wait till they were finished. Well, what was crazy is my mother and another woman were really good friends. Well, they were on the same party line. So then there was a whole trick to dialing and hanging up and waiting for the other one to ring or something, and then they could both pick up. It was a whole screwball thing to be able to talk to those two phones without
paying.
No, you still no, you don't pay because it's a local call. But let's see. Tavo says Star Trek 1966. Wow, Kim was right. Yeah. Yeah, those things are. That's like we're way past that.
You said 30 years. It's 50.
Well, 66. It is. 66 was 50 years ago. You were right. Man.
It's more than 50.
Why can't...
It's 60 years.
Oh, you're right. It's 60 years ago.
Damn.
Yeah, your car's 60 years old, Kim.
Yeah. Yes.
She's got a 66 Dodge Dart. That's why when we went to the car wash, the guy next door washing his car comes over. He's looking at her car. He goes, "Wow, that car's old." He goes, "What is that, a Fairlane?" It was a 66 Dodge Dart. And I'm like, Fairlane? Are you kidding me? But that guy was probably like 30 or 35 years old.
You just say, yeah.
Well, I was riding with a guy a couple of years ago, and
too hard time.
And
say yeah.
Some guy passed us in a 1970s Toyota Corolla.
Yeah.
And the guy said, "Look, some guy just passed us in a Pinto." That's not a Pinto. That's a Toyota Corolla. He goes, "I don't know. It looks like a Pinto to me." But, he didn't have any idea what a Pinto was.
I had a Toyota Corolla. It was like an 83. That was a cool car.
For instance, any high-end car manufacturer wants to see the owner using the car the way it was intended to be used. Ferrari will not sell you an upgraded vehicle if you don't actually drive it. Star Trek was 66 to 69. Wow, it was all in the 60s. That was
It's all in black and white.
That wasn't black and white, was it? Maybe originally it was.
Yeah. It was all black
Theros. In the 80s, I remember $500 in 80s money, phone bills, because the town 30 miles away was long distance. Yeah. When I lived in San Luis Obispo, Arroyo Grande, which was...
I got myself in some trouble with that.
15 miles away was a long distance call. And that was a pain in the ass.
Can we get now, security for her car?
Now we talk on this. I talk around the world as long as I pay the $5 a month for international, which I no longer do, but,
We need some flipping hardener for this.
Well, we need more hardener?
Body putty hardener.
Yeah, they always give you just enough to tease you, and you got to go buy more.
I thought we had some lying around.
I'm looking.
I got red Loctite.
No, don't use Loctite in that.
Does that red Loctite work as
no
Bondo? Hardener.
No, we have Bondo somewhere which will work. Is there? See that Bondo up there? Is there tubes of that stuff on any of that?
I looked there first.
Oh. What happened to all the hardener?
Well, I know some of it broke open. You know how the...
Oh, yeah. It's bad. I know. And then it breaks, and then...
I gotta crawl over here and look at this.
What is that? You probably already looked at this.
I mean, I looked in all the regular places before I asked you.
Oh, it's locked. You already got it all open and. Yep. Make sure you have hardened before you spread the bond out on the cardboard. Well, I guess you could put it back in the jar or in the can. Well, epoxy hardener is completely different. Oh, what about this cream hardener? Is this empty?
Did you find one?
It's empty. This is the one you were trying to get it out of.
The blue one?
Yeah, the blue one. It's empty.
Found more latte.
You find more. You're finding everything in a tube except what you need. Now we got to go to the store and buy hardener.
Well, I didn't look at all the places. I'm feeling bad.
Yeah, and then Tootsie Puff. Oh, wait a minute. Let me see. Let me back up here because I missed a bunch of stuff. There was the cell phones. I can talk to Slow Shop in Sweden at no officials. Yeah, tell us I could talk to Russia with nothing.
I found me some.
You found some. Is it hardened? If you want, people call my Dart a Mustang or a Falcon. My Dart is red, black stripe, both shiny metal at the moment. Yep.
What year? Oh, the 64.
Then people think it's a Mustang.
It does. I don't know. It looks like a Mustang, but it looks a lot less like a Dart than because it's such a.
People used to call my Cougar a Mustang. At least it was the same body.
Can I use the red hardener?
Yes.
With the Tiger here.
Let me see what it is.
It is. It's fine. It's just regular hardener.
Okay. Don't use the regular hardener. Use regular.
But I wanted to use the regular hardener.
Okay. See, my keys are far from convenient. The keys are far bigger than 1024. Buddy Carpon says, remember my first cell phone was paid by the minute.
By the minute. Remember you used to have to pay for your messages? Your text messages?
I never had that. Let's see here. But my first cell phone wasn't until 04, so. And you know what? I still have the same phone number.
Remember when they were still touting it was a big deal? You had unlimited messaging on your cell phone? Unlimited messaging.
Tavo says, I remember calling Outback from my payphone in the 70s, insert another dollar in coins every 3 minutes. Now, when I was in England, they have 2-pound coins, and I remember getting on the phone and having to put. I was at a bus station. I called somebody, and the call only lasted it wasn't even a minute. It was already shut off. I had to call them back, and I had to put 3 of those 2-pound coins in the phone just to talk long enough to tell them where I was. And that's 6 pounds, which is like $8 or something. It's like, oh man.
I remember when
my cell phone wouldn't work in England, I'm calling you out. Okay, Dean Stevens says 83.3 miles from Kitsy Puff. It takes 10 minutes to encrypt a message. Ranch sense. What the hell? Looks like you got your ear shot off like Trump. Oh, you weren't in here earlier. Yeah, somebody took a shot. No, what happened was I had some cancer in my ear, and they cut the cancer off, and then they wanted to look at it further because they didn't know how far the cancer went up in my ear. So I had to go in, and they have a thing called Moss. Yeah, so anyway,
procedure, yeah.
so they cut more off, and then they look at it under a microscope, and if there's still cancer, they take more, and then they look, and they
do it while you sit in the office.
Right. Yeah, while you're there. And then, so they took more, and then they said they got it all. So they bandaged it all up. I had to get 2 days. Don't take the bandage off for 2 days. Then, that was 4 days ago. So then,
we just clean the bandage every day.
And then take it apart, clean it, put it back, and now I can get it wet because I couldn't get it wet for 2 days. Oh man, that was terrible. Couldn't take a shower.
You took a shower.
Well, I couldn't take a real shower. I'd take like a splash shower. So anyway, this afternoon we did it again. So, but it was looking so good that I'm thinking tomorrow I'm just gonna take it off and well, Kim will pull it off because I have a hard time seeing what's going on and clean it a little bit. I may just leave it open so it's because it's pretty nice. It's healing up just fine. So yeah,
It's pretty rough. I mean, there's a big chunk missing. I'm not bullshit. But
yeah, there's a chunk missing, but
it's healing.
it'll be okay. I mean, she was really good. Doctor was great because she said afterwards, because I waited, and then they decided they got it all, and then they took the temporary bandage off, and she showed me all. She had a tablet. She showed me all these pictures of when they did it and everything, and then she got a mirror and she goes, "I want you to look at it." And she goes, "Do you want to?" She goes, "I can take some stitches there and try to make it look better, like not like we didn't take a piece out of it." And I'm looking at it, and I thought, it's on my earlobe. It's like unless somebody's comparing one side to the other, I'm looking close at it. I don't think they're going to notice that. I said, no, let's just leave it. So, so we, so I decided to leave it. She didn't put any, and she goes, I think that's a good decision. I said, okay. So they taped it all up. Yeah, so I had ear cancer. I guess. I don't know. That wasn't the name of it. They
said the kind of cancer.
Yeah, they gave
it was a kind that is not the most dangerous kind of cancer. They said it don't, especially if you get it early, they're not likely to spread, stuff like that.
I'll show you a picture of it. It's some
Back
disgusting.
when 40 cents was a real money, the operator said 40 cents more for the next 3 minutes. And that was after $30 a month just to have the connection. Yeah. $1 a minute, 25 cents per 160 characters on a text message. Wow. Yikes. Well, see, I didn't have a cell phone until for a long time. But I remember, you got 500 free minutes.
Well, this is while they were already marking it with something. Oh, it doesn't show it well at all.
Nah, you really got the light really gets it.
The light's really terrible. But anyway, you can see that white thing hanging there. It's just an ugly little white, looks like a little rope hanging down. In fact, that's what it looked like, was a rope. A little rope hanging from my ear.
A lot of people do that on purpose. That's right.
So
it honestly does look a little bit like he had an earring that got ripped out. I've seen a lot of.
So,
Tim, going on call it a night later. Okay, good night, Tim. Thanks for being here. Sorry. Yeah, it really was ear cancer. It was a real thing. It's what we do.
And then I ended up going to Arizona. Kim and I went to Arizona, and we were gone for a while, and then we came back.
So and
the reason we came back exactly when I really should have stayed longer. I was helping somebody with something. So came back here because I had an appointment. But the guys at WAF Racing, WAF Racing is, he's a guy that's close to here, has a really nice shop that they build like 60s and 70s cars. And he has a scanner and 3D printer and everything. I was going to have him scan my ear because I didn't know how much they were going to cut off. I didn't know I was going to end up with no ear. So he was going to scan my ear, but his scanner broke. So he ended up not scanning my ear. So then I went in and got him to cut out my ear without scanning it first. And I thought, well, if we end up taking the whole ear, he can scan this side and we'll mirror it and make an ear for this side, and I'll glue it on or something. Actually, that's missing an ear chunk. A lot of people do that. It sounds like a nice relaxed time. Good one, 10 milliliter. Burlock says Bob Marley died of cancer under his toenail, refused to amputate it.
Is that real? Somebody fact check that.
Yeah, Gloria's busy.
Buddy Carfano had a beeper, thought he was high. I remember when I had a page.
Where's this stray bullet? Had a cell phone in the late 80s? What was that? I put a cell phone in a car It was that '89 Pontiac, so it was in the early '90s, and it was a big box in the trunk, and it was an antenna in the back, and then the thing up front that had a unit. It had a looked like a phone in your house. You'd pick it up and push the buttons and make the call. But that's all it did. I mean, it would only do phone calls, and it was not digital. It was analog phone, and it worked well. But man, it was expensive. And then they had the brick. Remember the brick is a big, heavy. I think Motorola made that thing. Had a big antenna on it. And talking. It was an analog phone. I didn't think that was in the '80s. Man, the late '70s and it was the '70s. We had a mobile phone in a tow truck I was in, but you had a microphone. You call a service, and then they put the call through, and then you had to push to talk, and then listen. And it didn't seem like a phone, but it went through the phone system, and it was expensive. Gloria Sylvia's mother, maybe she had a sister. Kids people have time to 3D print in your new ear. Yeah, that's what I said to Kim. I said we could do like a bright green one. It'll look like an alien or something. She goes, no, carbon fiber. I go, yeah, I'm gonna have a carbon fiber ear, or maybe just make one that's skin color. And then people wanted me to make like Spock, with the who were those guys?
Vulcans.
Vulcan, yeah, Vulcan ears.
Vulcans.
Print the ear mold and make a silicone ear. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. But she wants a carbon fiber, so I look like I have a carbon fiber ear. Sylvia, that's right. Got mixed up with Laura Branigan. Oh, Laura Branigan, and that was Gloria. And Laura Branigan, man, that was great. But she died young. She died really young. I don't remember what got her. Stray Bullet says it was a portable cell phone about the size of a shoebox. Well, one of those things that you carry around with you. Dean Stevens said Bob Marley was a welder. It's correct. He was a welder. Brent says at least you didn't hurt your. Okay, I'm not gonna even read that. Kim would.
He's being troublesome.
Kim, with
I got my eye on you.
What you wrote, Kim would delete. I know she'd delete that. She comes over here. If that hasn't scrolled up, she's gonna delete it. Tavo, first cell I used was my boss's, like a suitcase with a phone receiver on top. 1993. Yeah, I remember those things. Dean, there is an alternative theory involving a CIA plot, but it's not credible. If you want Kitsy, is there a 3D scanner for making copy of products that are all designed? Yes, there are. And what's his name? I just said it a minute ago. WAF Racing over here has one of those. It's just it went in for some service. It comes back. And man, what I just watched somebody else doing that, and it was amazing how. Oh, I know who it was. It was Nivlak 57, another big YouTube channel. Guys are racers, and they were scanning parts with. They were scanning a thing from the front of a Camaro that was a weird shape from a fourth generation Camaro into a turbocharger, like a weird shaped funnel, and they 3D scanned that. So they had the scan of the shape of the headlight hole and the shape of where the turbo was and the whole dimensional thing. And then they 3D printed a piece that went in there. It worked really well. So yeah, you can. I was amazed. They handheld the scanner, and you go, how does that work? Well, they put these little tape things on there that they know the dimensions of. It is just amazing. It works so well. Hey, are you stuck over there?
Maybe a little.
Kim's stuck over there. She says just a little. Dean says Bob had melanoma. First phone in a car I used was in 1977. But that was probably not a cell phone. Let's see. Laura's death wasn't a CI plot either. Kitsy Fluff says, if you long 3D scanners can copy stuff pretty exactly, but you got to be able to ensure the camera scanner will see all the surfaces without distortion. You know, if you want to watch one, find Nivlac, Nivlac. It's Calvin backwards. Nivlac 57, and you look at one of their very recent videos, and they use one from there. It's amazing.
3D printer?
3D scanner, and then they 3D printed the part. Well, it was a part that didn't exist. They 3D scanned the area, so they had the two places where they wanted to make this weird funnel-shaped scoop, and it made it. It's pretty cool. Hippie Long auction dealer car. We call the office from the service base. $50 cost US $47. Took my whole pay. Kitsy Puff, 3D scanning is more expensive. I just print what I model in CAD or in Blender. Now the boss had his suitcase phone. Then a bit later, they installed phones in our trucks. Handset was wired to the dash. The main unit mounted under the dash. Yeah, the one I did was in the Grand Prix. The main unit was mounted in the trunk. Oh, the rain is coming. Holy crap, the rain's coming. I'm going to look at the radar. Oh, it's just a little cell going by. It's almost over. We're gonna have severe clear weather here in a few minutes. Yeah, Rent Sense. There's another one. I'll let it scroll by, but Kim won't. Burlock. Build it yourself. Use one to make. If you can fit in a Lincoln 3D scanner of sorts. Man, can you guys hear that? That's rain on a metal roof. Yeah, it looks like the mic's picking it up. Yeah, that's where it gets me put. Love the sound of rain on a metal roof. I like it when I'm inside. I don't like it when I'm outside. Tavo says, I can't hear the rain on your roof over the rain on my metal roof.
Yeah.
Oh, and Hippie Long says it's making my noise canceling come on.
Here you go. I need you to shake those until the ball rattles.
She wants me to shake this till the ball rattles. These balls aren't going to rattle.
They're no good then.
Okay, you see that up there at 11:46?
What about it?
Princeton. I said that you would delete that. You didn't. You left.
I mean, I got a sense of humor.
Yeah, C.D. Burlock says. Yeah, I said that. I said it's Calvin backwards. It's Nivlac. Gypsy Plus says no rain in my area. Stray Bullet says, I wish it would rain here. Yeah, it's like that. The rain's always in the wrong place, isn't it? If we could ship water easily out to the west, we'd be rich. Just no way to do that.
No, you know what you'd be? If you knew a way to ship water out west easily, they'd have to take care of you.
They'd have to take care of me.
Because they're making a lot of money.
If I did send pics of the clips I desire, that's just, yeah. Okay, I'll look at them when I get home because,
He ain't ready right now.
well, because it's difficult. I got one computer and I already got a lot of stuff going.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough when you're in the shop.
Carlos says rain over there in July. Oh yeah, rain over here in July.
Oh, we get plenty
Since
of rain.
we got back from Arizona, it has rained every day. There have been clear times when it wasn't raining, but it has rained every day. Pretty hard. Pretty big rains. And I finally went out there. It rained and rained, and I went out there and I cut the grass with it soaking wet. And
Not every year, though, but it's been a very rainy year.
And then
west of us, they're not getting any rain.
And then
And north of us, it's raining even worse. Flooding, severe flooding, and all kinds of stuff.
So yeah, I don't know. I lost my train of thought.
Woohoo!
Let's see, Kitsy Fluff. I recently started using noise canceling at work. Man, it's really a game changer to remove all the annoying low frequency noise. Okay,
I need a cutter thing, like a razor knife. Oh, we probably took it with us. Huh?
Why are you gonna cut?
Well, it's bad. It's bad as far as I can say.
No, I don't. Oh, it's probably in the toolbox in the back of the Jeep. But I think there's one in not that toolbox, but which toolbox are you looking at? The other toolbox probably in the top drawer where the cutters are. There might be one. But I think we took it with us, but I don't know. But Carfano says, I'm old, grew up with black and white TV and no internet or cell phone. Yeah, same here. Yeah, we had black and white TV, and it was amazing until high-def TV came around. And then I look back at black and white, and it's like, geez.
I don't want to hear about how
we used to
old
watch
that is, because I remember watching Sesame Street on a little 13-inch black and white television.
The 13-inch kept it, the 525 lines were much closer together. Man, my parents bought, in 1961, they bought the biggest TV they could get. It was a big console thing that had record player in it, and the AM/FM radio. It's the first time I ever saw FM, and it had a big TV in the middle. Biggest black and white TV they could get. It was 23 inches, 23-inch diagonal. I thought that was huge.
Now, granted, I was little, but that was the TV that we had at our house. Was a 13-inch black and white television. That was it. That was it. My dad brought it home from work. It was like, wow, look at the TV.
Carlos says, I do hear something with my speakers. It sounds more like thunder rumbling. It was really raining hard on that
coming down
roof, but it stopped now.
Well, I mean, it's still raining, but
it's just a little. I looked on the radar. It's just a little cell going by. They'll be done here shortly. Stray Bullet says we're supposed to have an El Nino. Yeah, it's an El Nino year. That's what I heard. Kitsy Flip. Here's what we do. We dig a channel across the entire United States, dump the Mississippi into a giant river to California. Yeah, but you forget, the Rocky Mountains is in the way. You're going to dig a tunnel through the Rocky Mountains.
Well, that's what the whole...
At sea level.
Remember about the time that Tesla was, like 4 years ago or whatever, Tesla was doing everything. They had, you might not remember, but they had the boring company. It was a division of Tesla, and they were making those boring things. What do you think they were going to do with that? Make car tunnels?
Yeah, he was like in the LA area somewhere, boring big holes in the ground. I don't know what he was doing. Yeah, he's
showing off.
You know what Elon Musk is a master at? Getting government money to make stuff.
Uh-huh.
He's a master at that.
Convincing the government.
Wrench sense, we got flooded out badly in southeast Minnesota, half a block from Pete's shop. Oh, that's right. You're right by Pete.
I'm sorry you got flooded. Are you guys on some high ground, or did you have to? Is your basement flooded, or what's going on?
Sherry Bullet says, I always thought it would be so cool to have a little television that I could carry around with me. Yeah, I remember found like a 2.5-inch TV or something. There's a picture of it. I was showing a teacher of mine. I was in like 7th grade or 8th grade or something. He goes, what are you going to do? Build a harness and walk around with that thing out in front of you? You know, now.
Well, what are you going to plug it into? Was the other thing.
That's what. Oh, it had batteries in it. It had like 15 or 16 D cells.
Well, I mean, I'm joking because we all do. We all have one. A little TV.
Yeah, a little TV now.
With an all-day lithium battery, and we can afford it. Honestly, we can't live without it.
Tippy Mom says, I remember finally seeing Gilligan's Island in color. I thought it was a new show. Burlock says, our first color TV was a TV my dad repaired, 2-barrel. My father always said, I always wanted a color TV. And our neighbor had a TV shop, and he put a color TV in the house. So, but they're all black and white shows. I think Johnny Carson was color and Bonanza was color. So, you know, as kids, we didn't see much. And then there'd be a color commercial, and somebody yell out of the living room, color commercial, and all the kids would come run into the house to see the color commercial because it was so different. Oh, look at that. Look at what Kim just pulled out. Hey, Kitsy Fluff, can you machine this into something?
All you have to do is freeze it.
Look at this. Look at this. Don't
ruin
it. It was titanium.
That's definitely not titanium.
Silicone. I remember when I bought this. You know when I bought this?
I don't know, but I don't think we need to keep it anymore. I think it's.
You know when I bought this? I'll tell you when I bought it. When I first bought this house. That was in 06.
Oh, jeez.
This is 20 years old. This is 20 years old. Yeah, it's beyond its
shelf life.
It's squirtable shelf life. It's no longer squirtable.
Let's see if this one's bad too.
Let's see here. Yeah. Anyway, so I went in the Air Force. Came home from the Air Force. There's color TV. Oh, my father used to say, "I don't believe in color. I'm not going to spend money on color TV."
I don't believe in color.
And because he didn't want to spend the money on it. Well, then I come home from the Air Force. There's a new color TV in the living room.
Color television.
There's a new color TV in the.
You get the right away.
You waited until I left and bought a color TV.
This one says 1206. Yeah.
Yeah, 1206. It was when I first bought this house. I knew when I bought a case of this for something, and yeah, here it is. It's beyond its useful life.
Yep.
So they had those big wooden console units. That's what ours was. They had vinyl record player, radio, 8-track. Ours did not have 8-track. It was long before 8-track. It was 1961.
It cured
Nobody
in
gonna break into the window and carry that bad boy out on their back. Nope. I remember helping them with the TV shop, helping them deliver TVs, and there'd be some fool on the second floor of an apartment would buy one of those. It'd take like 4 of us, 2 on the bottom and at least 1 or 2 on the top, and you're taking it up the staircase, 1 leg at a time, and then you get up there and you gotta do a 180 and get it up the second part of the staircase, and then you gotta turn it somehow and get it in the apartment. Oh man, I remember those things really well. Yeah, and Burlock says Elon's boring company drilled tunnels in Los Angeles. Yeah, that's what I thought. Wrench Sense says poured foundation here. We're good. Yeah, here what I like here is it's all the ground is all like this hills and everything, and it's everything from our important places like this shop and house is downhill into an area I call a creek. Really isn't a creek, but it's a line where it's soaking wet down in there, and everything runs down into there.
I don't know if that's any good, but I think that's for your GPS.
Oh, this is the thing for my GPS that I was looking for. Oh, I got a new one. Okay.
Something useful.
Let's see, I'm way behind with this. Let's see.
The later it gets, the faster it goes.
Kitsy Fluff says, I used to have a portable radio TV. It was good. It was so cool as a kid. Late 90s, early 2000s. Man, you were a kid in the early 2000s. Kitsy Fluff, my grandfather was a TV repairman. I remember being in that TV shop, and somebody came in with some tubes, and he had a tube tester. And he was standing there checking the tubes. He goes, "So that one's good." And he goes, "That one's good." And he grabbed a tube, and it slipped out of his hand, and it hit the ground and broke. And he goes, "That one's bad." And then he gets the next one, just like he never missed a beat. Yeah, that one's bad. Gee. I also have a working valve TV. Yeah, that's what we call vacuum tubes. I think, yep, hooks to VCR through a ribbon to coaxial converter. Wow. Buddy Carafano used to walk around with a radio the size of a suitcase. Oh, yeah, I remember those things. I used to have a little 6-transistor radio about this big. Got it, I think, Christmas, maybe 1960, maybe 61. And that was a big deal. Everybody called them, "This is my transistor." They didn't even say transistor radio. They said, "This is my transistor." And it was, they always had 6-transistor radios. And I had to, of course, open mine up and look at it, and I knew what the transistors were, and I knew all the components. And the transistors were soldered into a circuit board. Yeah, cutting silicone is more annoying than just molding it, but you can freeze it. Yep. Dabo, in the 70s to 80s, we never bought the color TV, just rented because they were so expensive. Oh man, we didn't. My father, I don't believe in that because it was expensive. Well, I remember he bought that TV in 1961, and it was just under $800. I think it was $799. Now think about this: he was a college professor, and he was making about $400 a month, and he spent $800 on a TV set. 2 months' pay. Crap! I mean, that was expensive stuff back then to have a big thing like that. Of course, it was a giant piece of furniture.
They used to put bricks in radios so that people felt like they were getting more for their money.
Bricks and radios.
You remember when they did that?
No. Slice the silicone into discs, and you can glue slugs of it to stuff to prevent damaging the floor or something. Yeah, did you save those? Kim, did you save those things? Those silicone things?
What did I do?
Those silicone things that are hardened. Did you save them?
No.
Oh yeah, because we can let this stuff harden real well. We can cut it and throw a hole in the middle and make like bushings or something.
For engine mounts and stuff?
Yeah, for engine mounts. I think they're probably
I'll pull back out of
probably too weak for engine mounts, but yeah.
All right.
Yeah, Kitsy Fluff said you glue them to something to keep from damaging the floor or something. Yeah, they could be like feet. You could probably machine that into something. Yeah. Kitsy, is failure high rate, and does quality materials solve? I think that solve feed issues. Failure rate of what? My screen turns black and white at 10 p.m. I hope you're joking. Stray Bullet says, I remember going to Thrifty Drug to test, he says cubes, I know he means tubes, on their testing machine. Yeah, Thrifty drugstores always had tube testing machines, and underneath they had all these tubes in stock. And you go in and check your tubes, and then you buy tubes, and you pay for them, take them home, plug them into the TV or the radio, make it work again. I remember that. Real well, I remember that. Of course, I had a neighbor that had a TV store, so I'd just take him in there, and he'd do it. I didn't have to set all the knobs to the right place and ruin the tubes because I set them wrong. Hippie Long, I love colorized footage, a modern treat. But at Carfana, I remember TV going off the air at night. I remember that well. They'd play the national anthem and show jets in the air or something, and then in the morning it'd come on. There'd be a test pattern. and then it'd come on and it'd be the Today Show or something. I remember that well. Go through the selector with 12 channels, 2 through 13, 12 channels, and it'd be no channels on. And then we got cable. The first cable TV just got some more channels that came from, we were a couple hundred miles from Los Angeles, so we couldn't see them on the antenna, but we got cable, then we got those channels, and some of them were on all night, and they had like all night B movies and stuff. Man, did we think that was good. Tell you, buddy, we had that about 10:55. They ran a short show on this day that showed a few highlights of the day in previous years. Then our flag waving while the anthem played, then ant races. Yeah. Todd Saw's here. It sounds corny, but listening to baseball broadcast in bed after I was supposed to be asleep on school night on a little transistor radio is a fond memory of mine. 9-volt batteries were highly valued. You know what I had? I had one of those little, looks like a rocket little radio, and you pull the thing in and out, and you clip the wire to something metal. And I clipped it to the screen on my window. And I don't think that thing even had a battery in it. It just works, and it's like some kind of crystal set. And I used to listen. It was in 1961. I know it well because it was. I used to listen to the. It was Los Angeles Angels when they first came around. Then they became the California Angels. I think they're back to Los Angeles Angels now. But it was they were an expansion team, so it was the first year the Los Angeles Angels were around, and I listened to them. Same thing. Under the covers at night, with ear plugged in. Parents didn't know I was listening to the radio, and I used to listen to those games. So 1961, I was 6 years old, 7 years old. So I used to do that. If you want failure rate of object you're building with a printer, like errors, bad plastic, etc. My new 3D printer has failed. My new 3D printer has failed even once since I got it. Probably means hasn't. Say Creality Case or K1C. Great machine. $440. Well, it has not. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought you meant. Has not failed. I remember Turner's Movie Channel. No commercials, period. I don't remember that. I think that came out by the time I wasn't really watching all-night movies. At some point when that stuff was happening, I think by then I was working in the airplane shop. That was a pretty intense. Oh, Kitsy Bluff knows. He worked there. We had 2 shifts then. We had welders in the evening, and we had everybody in the daytime. I was running the show, and I was there for both shifts every day. So our shifts overlapped by 2 hours. So I was there for a lot of hours every day. Probably 14 hours a day I was there. So, yeah, I'd go home. I was just tired. So a really big deal down here in the 70s were movie marathons. Twice, maybe 3 times a year, they would show B-grade movies right through the night, always on a set theme. Laugh-thon, horror-thon, etc. I remember when I was in Ohio, when I was first there, they had all-night movie channel. There was some hot-looking babe. It was like a little cut dress or something, and she used to go, up all night. We're up all night. And then she played like the commercials, and then she'd bring it back to the movie. Kind of like, what's her name? Cassandra Peterson, who was, what you know who Cassandra Peterson was? Elvira used to do that out west. Todd saw I listened to Casey Kasem many times on Sunday mornings on my little radio. Very special thing. Kitsy Puff says my printer is 8 by 8 by 8 inches or so. I have another printer that is 12 by 12 by 14, but it's not as reliable by comparison. Okay, so did you find cream hardener?
Yeah, I got hardener. It's
Okay, and you used it. Okay. Well, you know what? We've been here for 3 hours. Do you want to do some more work, or do you want me to do some more work? What is this? Rust-Oleum. Rust-Oleum? Where's the do you see any of that? That's Duplicolor. I'm looking for some of that. Oh,
some of the what? You got to tell me.
I'm trying to think of it. Primer sealer. The gray primer sealer.
Yeah, there's some in here.
Okay, I'm going to show that. What sense did you serve? Like in the military? I did. 10 years in the Air Force.
I got filler primer.
Not filler primer.
I know.
Primer sealer. It's different. I might have used it all.
This says maximum corrosion protection. You would think that means
I don't know. I'm not
primer sealer.
I'm not going to.
Here's red filler primer. Here's primer sealer.
Okay, this is the stuff that I use if I'm going to use water-based paint. And Duplicolor primer sealer. And I made a comment on somebody's channel that was using water-based paints, and he told me how stupid I was, and he started giving me some big old thing about you need to know something about chemistry, and there's all kinds of paint, and you don't know what you're talking about. You shouldn't be giving people advice when you're as stupid as you are. One of these kind of comments, and it was, he's telling me there's epoxies and there's urethanes, and well, no shit, I ran an aircraft plant for years and years. Yeah, of course I know about coatings, but we're talking about a home shop with a retired guy that doesn't have a lot of money, and we're experimenting with water-based paints, and this stuff makes it so the water-based paints don't soak into the primer and make rust. And this stuff's relatively cheap, and it works, so that's why I use it.
Oh, this is interior use only. This is no good.
You know what this is? The bin?
Yeah.
Zinsser bin? Zinsser bin is a
yeah, but see, this is shellac primer.
It's shellac, and
for interior stain blocking, this is stuff.
That stuff, you can paint that onto steel. You can sand steel real well. The adhesion is amazing.
Yeah.
But you got to get it on there and make sure it dries quickly, and you got to go on a surface that has no rust. But it was good for that. But we used to use it in a paint gun, and you get it in the gallon, and it's thick, gooey stuff. And and you
I've used it.
You thin it with alcohol.
Right.
With that denatured alcohol.
It dries as fast as you can get it off the brush. It goes so fast.
It works so well.
Okay, we have a lot of filler
primer. Remember when
primer.
grandmother got TV with TV remote? We used to get yelled at for clicking it so much. You ever hear Jay Leno tell the story? He'd go home and he goes, they had a black and white TV. He's got the Tonight Show. And he's got some money. He goes home and his parents are getting up out of the chair and clack, 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 old black and white TV, changing channels. And so he went and he bought him a color TV, a new one, with a remote. And then he went to see him again, and they're still getting out of the chair and going up and turning the knob on the TV. He goes, "What are you doing? Where's the remote?" And his mother goes, "Well, we put it in the drawer because, we don't want to start a fire."
Show him this one.
It's not a ray gun.
Show him that one.
Oh, filler primer.
Yeah, but look at the age of that can.
Oh, that's been around for a while.
A while, huh?
But you know what? I bet it's still good.
I don't know. I can't get a ball shaking.
Can't get the ball shaking?
See if you can get it to shake.
We'll turn it upside down and let it do that.
There you go. That's a good idea.
Yes, you don't want to start a fire with the remote. My old Valve TV also remote control. Corded, can change channel and adjust volume from Bakelite handpiece. Well, the guy that was our neighbor that had the TV shop, before they had the color TV, he had a wire run along the wall up to his chair with a button on the chair. And he used to kill the sound, and then he'd toggle it, click, 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 like that. And when the commercials came on, he'd just click out of it so you didn't have to listen to them. And we all thought that was pretty cool. But that was a long time ago. That was early 60s. Plymouth, so we're picking up shellac. Yep, shellac. Chrysler had one of those still remote control televisions until the early 2000s, but I had to replace it when parts became unavailable. Isn't that the way it is? Kitsy, an easy money maker, is making vacuum tube canisters, or vacuum canisters for smog cars. Originals were plastic, and 17 states have sun that eats up plastic.
But are those 17 states the ones that require vacuum canisters?
Well, not that kind of vacuum canisters. I think he means the kind of vacuum canisters that hold vacuum. Like a vacuum reservoir? Do you mean like a vacuum reservoir? The Kanga Casino ad.
Okay, you get 2 points for that.
Remote doesn't have tungsten block and a cyclotron.
Really?
We went in a casino, Indian casino, right outside Yuma. It's actually in California. It's actually on the Quechin reservation. And we went in there, and Tim gave me $5, and I stuck it in the machine. That's about my limit for gambling. And right away, I won, $28? And she's all excited and grinning and smiling, and I said, "This is when we leave." So, big time gambler me, turned $5 into $28 and got the hell out of there. I'm not going to put that other $28 through the machine. Yeah, Steve Burlock says, yeah, like they made from coffee cans. Yeah, they had ones that looked like coffee cans. Hippie says, rotating TV antennas. In our house, it was the antenna. Little to the left, yeah. Me and my brother were the remotes. We'd get up and change the channel for the father. Yeah.
That's always the joke, isn't it?
It's the smartest decision you can make. Okay, you are doing something. Oh, you're going to put some paint? Oh, you're going to try to, you're going to paint that, you're going to cover up. See, you got rust here, though. Oh, that wipes off. Okay. Oh, I thought it was rough. It isn't. It's just stuff that's on there. It's just stuff. Oh, yeah, that needs a little rubber, a little nipple thing. Nobody can see what you're doing because I'm in the way. Oh. She just blew all that dust all over. Cyclotron. Is that like the motor, a relay and pins that hit a micro switch to stop
Cyclotron,
cycling?
wasn't that the enemy in the Transformers?
The house can cheat the odds whenever they want, and they usually bait you with the win early on. Yeah, when I get the win, I'm out of there. I don't care if I win $2. I'm gone. As soon as I have more money than I started with, out the door I go. The most I ever won, my former wife, we were on our way to Vegas, and before you get to Vegas, there's coming in from the southeast, there's a old casino there, and I had to take a dump, and I'm like, yeah, it's going to be a half hour before we're at the hotel, and I really got to go. And she goes, well, stop here. I go, no, that place is old. I said, I'm going to have to clean the bathroom. You know, it's going to be a mess. So she goes, well, stop. Just stop. Don't try to drive that far. All right. So we stopped. We went in there. And she's right away. I go in the bath. I get done. Come out, and she's over there playing some penny machine, you know, just wasting time. And she doesn't want to leave. So I go over to a machine, and I stuck $20 in the machine. And I first pull, second pull, and I'm betting the most you can bet. Third pull, it's one of these things where you win something, you spin a thing up here. So I won that, and I spun it, and I won. I think it was $258. So it's like, okay, I'm cashing out. So I go over and I show her the, the paper that you get, and I said, see that? She goes, what is that? And I said, well, that's how much I put in. That's how much I got. She goes, oh. So I went and I cashed out. So we're leaving. And I said, well, I was right. I had to clean the bathroom. It was a disaster. I couldn't even sit in there. And I said, but you know what? They paid me well. I got $258 out of it. So, but that's the most I've ever won, $258. But I'm sure most people would have put that $258 back through again. Lost it all. Yeah, Stray Bullets is the same thing. I quit as soon as I win a jackpot. I'm not a big gambler, but if I'm there, I might put $5 through or something. What are you painting that with? Is that primer sealer? What is that?
Just primer.
Well, why aren't you putting a primer sealer on there?
Because this is all garbage. It needs real.
Well, we're going to have to put primer sealer on it, I guess, before we shoot the water-based paint on it.
Yeah. I agree.
Okay, Dean Stevens, that's why I love the Jaguar XJS dashboard. Looks like an aristocrat gambling machine. Or a Concorde dashboard. Oh, like an airplane Concorde? Kitsy, I follow a slots gambler. He's up at 100K this year, down 20K. Net 80K. Okay. Oh, Ozon! Spain, Turkey. Ozon's here. Good evening. How are you doing? We're here a little bit late. I'm glad we stuck around. Because Ozon is here.
Hey, Ozon. Welcome in.
Kitsy Fluff, I don't trust any gamblers' numbers because they can be on the casino's payroll. Yeah. Well, they're up a lot. The casino will get rid of them. They'll say they're cheating.
No. The gamblers always win. The big gamblers always win because they want everybody to think they're going to win. Oh, I know the tricks. I know all the tricks to win all the money. You just gotta...
I went to Pokey's one night with a girlfriend, $20 each. My 20 exhausted before hers. And being bored, asked if I could borrow $1. One spin got me $100. Gave her $1 back. She wasn't impressed. That's what my former wife did. First time I took her in a casino, I handed her $20 and I said, just play it. And I said, if you win anything, we'll split it. She goes, okay. She won like $150, somewhere around there.
With your money.
I said, that's it. We're leaving. Cashed out. And as we're walking out, she goes, this is how we're going to split it. She gave me, she says, here's your $20 back. Yeah, that sounds about right. And she laughed and stuck the rest of her money in her purse. Yeah. Tim's back. Says, you guys are still at it. Oh, we're just talking. And Ozan says, morning tea drink. Yeah, it's morning over there. Well, it's morning here, but what time is it? Oh, I have no idea. That clock's wrong. All the clocks have stopped.
What happened to the clocks that we had?
It is 12:23, so it's 23 minutes into the morning here. So a lot of these people were in different days. Tavo says pokies are what we call slot machines here. I didn't know that. Burlap says he's banned in several places, a bunch in Vegas. Yeah, some of those people are card counters and all this kind of stuff. And even if they're not, they tell them they are, and that way they get rid of because it win too much. Well, the most I've ever won is $250 something, and as soon as I got that, I just cashed out, left. But I don't think I've been in that place since then. They're not going to kick me out for that. Start getting hundreds of thousands of dollars and never lose. Yeah, they're going to get rid of you. He's posted 53K. Film it live streaming. Tim says, it's like 90 upstairs. Can't sleep till it gets cooler up here. Do you have any AC up there? You're in Colorado. They probably don't have AC.
Who did this body work?
We didn't do body work down there. We only did body work around the gas door.
I could see that because can you see the cars waving at you? Man.
We have to keep the windows closed because of the smoke from the fires. Oh, yeah. 100,000 acres. No rain in sight. Man, and we're getting rain and rain and rain. We get so much rain we can't get rid of the water, you know? He quit live streaming because the casino says not to. Yeah, they don't want proof that he's winning it legally. They want to throw him out. Ozan says, your president came to Ankara for the peace agreement. That's, he's talking to Dean Stevenson, I think. Yeah, primer makes fender and door look like one piece bedside. Yeah, it does. And that's where we did the body work was on the door. And the door's got crease right there and a little crease right there. We're gonna have to fix that. But that's yeah, you can see the lower crease down there. Oh, you can see the upper one too. There's a crease right there from something bumping it. Yeah, but look at that, Kim. It looks like a pickup bed now, not like a four-door that
it does bring it together pretty well, doesn't
door
it?
welded shut.
Especially with that little bitty camera that doesn't see it too good.
That already looks so much better without that door joint being so obvious.
Oh, it looks better from your angle. I'm going to have to use a longboard to get the door to that.
Stray bullet, does Dean even have a president? Gosh, yes, I do notice the difference.
Yeah, it does help.
Dean Stevenson, I want one of his presidents. Yeah, you know, it's funny. The whole world knows who our president is, but like somebody asked me who the president is in Australia or New Zealand, I wouldn't even know. Do they have presidents? Do they have prime ministers?
You uncultured swine.
Do they have, you know, head guy in charge? I don't know what to call him. HGIC, head guy in charge.
I don't think that's how it works. I don't know.
Single color, even primer makes chasing dents and waves easier. Yep. We'll go over it. All we got to do now, you know, guide code is you just take a little flat black and dust it on there, and then sand over it. You'll find everything. You'll find all the low spots and high spots.
They're not really very hard to find right now. I'll tell you that.
Ozan says, have you ever sold a car in Istanbul? No. Dean says, we call them prime beef eaters.
I figure if we get it started tonight, it'll have a couple days. It'll be hard next time we work on it. It's easier to work on it. It's hard.
Well, you know,
waiting for stuff to dry.
You didn't take that stuff you wiped on there. You didn't take any of it off.
No,
that stuff's going to be hard as nails.
Well,
but that's all right. It's all right because we got to put more on it.
Well,
you know?
yeah.
You just got to take the real big high spots off.
Just the base.
Yes, the base. Cabo, we have a prime minister, but he thinks he's a supreme leader. That's what they have in North Korea, a supreme leader. He's a big fat guy. Oh God. He's a submarine captain. I know that. I've seen him out there directing his admirals around where to steer the submarine.
I mean, some of the good news here is you can't even see where the
Mr. Kim Jong-un.
You cannot see where the door handle or where the key used to be.
Prime mincer elbow. Prime mincer elbow.
Them things are going.
Haven't got the AC out of the basement yet. House is 100 years old. Oh man.
Oh.
I
remember dragging AC units up from the basement to the second floor. Oh, God.
What are they, window units?
Yeah.
I used to get the little
Those
cheap.
things are not small. Even the little ones were not small, but that is the thing. You could get the small ones were more expensive. You could get the big ass heavy ones real cheap. The people wanted money for the small ones.
Well, we were just in Walmart looking at the small ones, and they're $159. And I put those in houses like in Ohio where it doesn't get real hot, but the humidity's real high, so you're miserable. Yeah. And you put one of those small ones in a room, it just sucks the humidity out of the place. It only lower the temperature a few degrees, but you walk in that room, man, you instantly feel cooled off because the humidity's like down to 20 or 25% instead of 80.
Do you remember when you first saw Slag Hammer?
Yeah.
You saw how bad the body works on that vehicle.
Yeah.
I remember feeling so critical, like, this is horrible. What were they doing? And now I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, buddy, you're right. Buddy Carfano says, sand until you think you're done, and then sand some more. The fun of body work. Yeah, that's what.
I mean, this isn't even. I don't even need a guide to see this.
Yeah.
This is terrible. Yeah, this doesn't even need.
That's what Hippie Long's doing right now. Working on a 64 Dart. It's the same thing. Ozon says, Tavo, you were always writing to me in Turkish. Now it's my turn. Dean says, I do not want to abuse my position as moderator and additionally hurt my social media network scorecard. You have a social media network scorecard. What do they use the score for? Oh, man. It smells like spray paint in here now. Spray paint and Bondo. Take a deep breath. Steve Edwards is here. Bring a trailer ad. Oh, you know what? That's where I snagged this. This is one of my favorite cars I've ever seen. I am going to change. I just got to find where to do it. That was my thumbnail from 2 days ago. I like that car, and I snagged that off of Bring a Trailer. That car bid up to $25,000 and did not meet the reserve. And it's just got the original 352 3-speed on the column. The bumper's crooked, chrome piece is missing, the grill is crooked. I'm thinking, that's not a $25,000 car, but maybe it is. But I like it because it's driver quality, I'd love to have that. But, yeah. So, Steve, where do we put the antenna on this? I was thinking like some antennas on the side of this, but I don't want to ruin that V-pillar. I thought about it. Gutter antenna. I don't want it. Peterborough, it says clear lacquer bonds well. He's asking. Ozon says you should teach Turkish stuff. I really need it. So you probably speak Ukrainian well. I do not speak Ukrainian. I'm like about a 3 in Russian. And Ukrainian, there's words in Ukrainian that I know what they are, but then when I try to watch somebody learning Ukrainian, it's like just enough Russian that it just confuses me. And Turkish, I can't even imagine now. Steve Stevenson, so when I come to the United States of America, I won't get the TSA or ICE after my ass on the way to Sykeston. I doubt it. Perhaps I might go to the UK to visit my auntie. No, the people would get... I know, you listen to all the news media and everything, it's all the nonsense. all the scare stuff from the far left or the far right. It's just that's the way it is. But in reality, you take care of the process right, you're not going to have any problems. T. Burlock fact checker. That's a force. That's a force. Oh, Olive's here. Hello. Oh, a Skyliner. It is it's called a Starliner. That's a 1960. I'll put it up again. 1960 Ford Starliner. They made Starliners 2 years, 60 and 61. Both had that top on them. And yeah, I really like it. What I really like is a 60 Ford station wagon. I did have one. But a 60 Ford wagon would be a nice traveling car because we could pack all our stuff in it. The downside is that 352 in there, that's going to be good for about 10 miles a gallon, which is terrible. So I don't know. You could probably put a 351 Windsor in there, build mild 351 Windsor.
Why would a 352? It's such bad gas.
Because they're just terrible. So a 351 Windsor would probably go good, and my Windsor and my 64 Ford, similar weight car, would get about 20. So well, and I had 3.0s in the rear end. A lot of these had 356s. That doesn't help anything. Yeah, you put the 3.0s in the rear end, or maybe a little higher than that. Yeah. Tim says, I might be in trouble if ICE and TSE check up on me. Really? Let's see here. Steve Edwards says, Wilson 1000 magnet mount on the roof. Why do you always like magnet mounts? Man, we took off from here to go to Arizona. We're on the first road leaving here, and there's some woman in front of us that's slow down, start to turn, and no, go straight, and then slow down again, start to turn, and then go straight. It's driving me nuts. There's a straight stretch, so I go around her. Whoom, go around her, and what happens? CB antenna flies off the top of the roof. It's out there hanging on the side of the car by the coax.
And it didn't just like.
So Kim reeled it in,
whacking off the side of the.
And then
wham around. I was like,
so we never put it back on.
The whole trip we never put the CB back.
So, and I was probably going about 70 or 75 before it blew off. Well, on the interstate you're going to go 75. On West Texas, speed limit's 80. It just wouldn't stay. So I don't know. Also, I suggest antenna mounts neat the tail, bend them forward. Yeah, see, if you put them back on the back and do that, it'll be really because the car will be the ground plane, and then it'll be really directional off the front of the car. And if anything, you want it directional off the front and the back, so you could put like co-phased antennas on the side. Man, I had that in my 74 Matador, and it was really strong off the front and the back going on the highway. That was pretty good. But one in the middle, pretty much on the directional. So, I don't know. It's got to look good, and it's got to work well. Now, the one on my Mercury, it's on the deck lid, but it's pretty close to the back window. So it's directional off the front, but you get quite a bit off the rear, too. It's okay. I've got a nice helmet in your picture. You present well, Tim. See, Starliner, saw one in person. I used to have a 61 Starliner, but I bought it and I sold it. That car had a 406 in it. 406 and automatic. 406 in a C6, I think. Had those big cast iron headers that Ford had. Oh, man. I shouldn't have got rid of that car because I lost those big cast iron 427 Ford headers. Yeah. Those are the original, they were cast iron headers from Ford from 1963. Tile blank off the front extremities, and the rest looks more Chevrolet than Ford. Yeah, 1960 I really like. Isn't it funny? We did all this work, Kim, and you come along and shoot some primer on it, and everybody loves it.
I mean, I did the work.
It's the paint. It looked terrible until you sprayed the primer over it.
I
Then it's like, oh, look at that, it's done.
We got to make it look like we're doing something. I just needed something I could do that wasn't loud, because everything else I have to do is grinding.
C.D. Burlock says, I hunt for old cars in my town. I'm trying to remember, are you in Bakersfield or are you in Fresno? Fresno? I don't remember which. I think you're in Fresno, but I'm not sure. Ozone says, no one can let you in. I'm here, Tavo. We've got Buff Father. We're all standing by you, Tavo. C.D. Burlock. The tail of that Starliner is beautiful. Oh, I think 64s are beautiful. And the wagon was a 1-year tail end that was really good. Olive says, well, if I put one long springy bendy on my Duster when I was running in the hills, I would extend it. Okay, so you had what? It was clipped on the front or something? I know that the spring mounts. Oh, I've got one on the back of my Mercury. I've got a spring mount with a 3-foot, what is that thing called? I can't think of the name of that antenna. Real common antenna.
I don't know. A lot of them have seen
Steve
it.
Edwards will know. What is that antenna I have on the back of my Mercury? I do like that thing. Fire stick. That thing works way better than I thought it would. You know where I got that fire stick?
From Dr. Art?
Dr. Art. He just gave me a bunch of CV stuff, and that was in there. And it works so well. I'm amazed how well that fire stick works. But I know it's not the best one to have back there, but it sure works well. Well, it's loaded a lot at the top and not a lot at the bottom. It's pretty good. Carlos says, the guys used to laugh at my 70 Mini with a 6-foot helical gutter mounted on one corner. Said it looked like an RC car. My 64 Ford had a 102-inch whip right in the center of the roof. And man, it looked like an RC car. Except around here. I'd hit something with it once in a while, but around here, man, I mean, that is electric wires. Like the wires coming to our house are lower than that. I'd just be right into the electrical wires around here really easy, and trees hanging low. It's Tennessee, Out in California where I lived, they didn't have wires that low. Probably illegal, Stock location, actually. There was
give them the other camera.
You got it set up?
Yeah.
Well,
come on?
No, it's black.
Do you remember how to do the activate?
Okay, everybody, I know it's black. I'm trying to figure it out. What, properties, filters? What?
You gotta go to sources.
Oh, no source selected. So you go to properties?
Well, select the source.
I don't see a way to do that. Filters. Nothing opens.
Okay, I'll come help because you're stuck and it's okay.
I'm stuck. Okay. Now I got a black screen. Everybody's going to leave.
No, they're not leaving. Okay.
Put trailer mirrors on each side and put fire sticks on each side.
You got to go to the cat. Go Elgato the cat. Deactivate. Activate. There you go. Now we'll go up. Cams 2. And they can watch me smear this stuff on frantically before
it cures.
Before it starts.
Cures in a big lump on your Bondo board.
Mm-hmm. On my Bondo board.
Put trailer mirrors on.
Oh, jeez, what did I do?
It already hardened?
It kicked that fast.
You put too much hardener in it.
Oh, man, look at that. It kicked in a minute.
Good luck taking that off there.
Raise it off.
Kim, it looks like there's rust all over that.
It's red.
It's red prime.
Man, what a waste.
Tim got a Harbor Freight ad. So that's why we always mounted the 9-foot stainless on the tow bar. Power lines were worried. Yeah, but then it's very, very, very directional, which is good if you're trying to use it as a directional antenna. But if you're going down the road, it's going to be really weird directional off the car.
I use way too much. Way too much. Man, you know what? And it's hot in here.
Well, it's 83 degrees in here, and yeah, you mix it a little bit hot, and it cured.
Well, that can's been sitting up on the shelf. Man, I mixed it hot. I can't remember ever having a can. That is the fastest I have ever mixed a lick of Bondo. Ever. I've never mixed it that stupid. Man. I mean, it wasn't that much.
Buddy Carfano says, wish I never sold my 67 C10. I know where it's been sitting under a guy's carport for the last 10 years. He's not willing to sell it. Yeah. Says we can hear you. It's okay. Oh, it's okay. Something, I don't know. Tim, it's dark in here. Am I having a stroke? I hope not. What's going on, Tim?
Not dark anymore.
No, he said it's dark in here where he is.
He was kidding.
Oh, I see, because of black
He was
screen.
making a joke. Oh man, and it's hot.
Yeah, it got hot. It's instead of the Bondo's heating the room.
Go ahead, you can go back to your camera.
Yeah, you don't want to see the hardened Bondo.
Well, I really butched that. That was a mistake.
Co-phase 102 and steel whips.
Oops.
You have to put those like way out. I've got enough steel whips to do that, and then some. I've collected those things. Those worked so well. That steel whip, the 102-inch steel whip in the center of my 64 Ford, that was a talking machine. Man, I go park on top of some mountain somewhere. I could talk 100 miles to more than 100 miles real easy. Back in the 70s when everybody was on CB, it still worked well. And that was barefoot staging. Okay, so you're going to do it again with
Try it again with
less hardener.
Insane amount of hardener.
Could be worse if it never hardens.
I've known people to do that.
Man, I had mold for a wingtip, and it was big, and it's a complicated mold, and it was 2 pieces. You had to lay up the fiberglass, and then you had to bolt the mold together, and you go in there, and you could hardly get back in the back where it tapered back, and you had to put glass back in there so the 2 pieces, and then when the thing cures, you take the mold apart, and you got this wingtip. And back there, it was always, you had to do some filling and stuff. So it was a difficult project. So there's a new guy there, and he saw us doing this, so he made himself a wingtip. And he's going, it's not kicking, you know, it's still wet. It's like an hour later, and it's polyester fiberglass. Well, you know, it should have kicked a long time ago. And as somebody said to him, you put any kicker in it? He goes, kicker, what's kicker? He didn't catalyze it. So he's got all this. He's got not at all. So he's got all this really complex layup that's in there with polyester resin, all in the, you know, like 3 or 4 layers of fiberglass.
Okay, go ahead and give me back my.
Yeah, we had to take that mold apart and clean that whole mess out of there. That was like MEK, and then fix the mold afterwards. Is a mess. Tavo, mixed ratio formula I learned was filler 1/2 inch thick, then a line of hardener across its width. It also depends on temperature, you know. In here, it is pretty darn warm.
Warmer than we usually work.
Okay, Dean will pop in with this. What is, I know about what it is. What's 83 degrees Fahrenheit? Dean will he'll know. Or he has some way of finding out quickly. What is 83 degrees? It's about
Is that a movie?
20, probably somewhere around 30 degrees. Let's see. See, I know 104 is 40. I know that well. And 122, I think, is 50. Because I remember out at the test site, everything was in C. So, yeah, I remember 40 and 50 degrees out there. It says 82 is 28. Okay. I was close when I said 30. Dean Stevens, nope. C.D. Burlock, you're wrong. It's 28.333. You didn't get the .333. Make sure you get that. We want to know how at the temperature. Kim looks like the genuine Bondo expert there. Plenty of practice. I don't think she's ever done this before, actually.
Oh, yeah. Plenty of Bondo. I'm from Pennsylvania.
I'm from Pennsylvania.
Do Bondo in our sleep in Pennsylvania.
Do Bondo in your sleep?
Every spring.
Every spring. When you got to pass your... you got to pass your inspection. You can't have any sharp edges. I remember that in Pennsylvania. No sharp edges. Getting your car inspected. No sharp edges. Because everything. Josh Holman says that's like how you would plaster a wall. Hey, have you ever used
that's right.
drywall mud on a car?
When you have this much Bondo to fill, you can't be messing around with some salmon all day. What am I?
People who use .333 and such are just trying too hard. Dean, you're the one that used it. I mostly remember this. All says I mostly remember the temperature conversions if they matter in mixing or using photochemistry. Oh, okay. I used to do that when I was a kid, with my father doing black and white. And then when I was in the Air Force, they had a photo lab, and I went in there. It was like in the hobby shop. They had a photo lab. And I went in there and I learned to do color. But it was just I wanted to do it, try it. But I never really got into it. So I did a bunch of color prints. Just had fun with it. I never go 3 digits past the decimal. Yeah, that would make sense. Kim, it smells like polyester.
I can't imagine what.
Buddy Carfana, I'm from Boston and had some cars that were more Bondo than metal. Oh, we had one here. Maybe it came from Boston.
Maybe that's where it came from.
Kim, did that what is that? What was that thing? The what?
Spitfire.
The Spitfire.
Oh man, was that?
The Spitfire was made out of old.
Made out of filler.
It was made out of old
wire and filler.
Old screen, like window screens, kind of bent to about the right shape, with about half to 1 inch of Bondo over all the window screens, and then
except where it was literally an inch.
They carved it to the shape of the car. Yeah, that was bad. What the rustiest car we've ever had here. That's why that car came off the frame. It's because we're going to build something, or I hope to build something. That cancer thing kind of gave me a little bit of a scare. I'm thinking, man, I'm not going to be around much longer, but it looks like they got it, so I'm okay.
Yeah, you'll be around.
I used to teach black and white film. Yeah, you won't get that precise in real world there. Yeah, Stray Bullet says in 32 degrees Fahrenheit, I guess. Yeah, it's 0. I mean, Dean Stevenson says 15.0000 degrees Celsius. That's 59. That's 59 Fahrenheit. I know that from, that's a standard day for aircraft stuff. When you're figuring a standard day. Kitsy Puff, I should find the opportunity to come by for a visit. Hell yeah. I'm mixing up more of this island. Oops, where's my camera? Island punch in my water. Because I want red water. Made red water.
Red water.
Stray Bullet says, I'm not good with the metric temperature conversion. I'm not, I just like, I know a few because we used them a lot. Like 104 is 40. And I know that because of the airplane stuff.
I sure hope I put enough in this. It's not kicking yet. And it ought to be.
Heat gun it a little bit.
It's warm enough in here.
Yeah.
I'm worried that it's not getting any heat.
Olive says, my friend's MG, we totally faked the fender with like 3 cans of Bondo.
3 cans?
Hopefully little cans, not gallons. The intention was to order the replacement quarter from England, but that got put off. So you just had the Bondo.
Roll up some newspaper, spray foam.
So did the car sit low on that side in the back?
See, we were too cheap to ever use that much. We'd always use some spray foam or some newspaper or some, like, fencing, window screen, something like that. Kind of shape it to the shape that we wanted it. Then do the Bondo.
Talos is 40C and above, hot. Yeah, out there at the test site, it was 50C a lot. And it was a little bit above that sometimes. So it was warm out there.
Okay.
50C was a warmer day, but, you know, which is 122, I think.
It's kicking now. That's just about perfect.
Actually. Good. And then the other thing that happened, we had people up from New Zealand that were looking at the planes and we're going to fly one of them. And you know, I said, you're doing a weight and balance, you know, how much do you weigh? And he said something like 15 stones.
Stones?
I go like, what? He was like, I think it was 15. I don't remember how many teams. It was stones. I started laughing. I go, no, really, what do you weigh? And he goes like 15 stones. I never heard of that before. So I had to look it up. And it is actually listed in the conversion. It's like, no, we don't do our weight and balance in stones. Olive says, got through the inspection for years, it turned out, but eventually all that fiberglass and Bondo eventually came off in a gigantic chunk.
That's what happens.
Laura Birkin.
Eventually, it's baked.
Dude, I'm baked Neapolitan.
You know what, though? If I had known about that, if I had known that kitty hair would not absorb water and keep things from, I'd have been using that. I didn't understand that was not. I didn't know, because Bondo just absorbs water and then it'll rust right back out faster than ever.
Well, it rusts underneath it.
Well, holds it in and holds it there. You can't even wash it away.
The materials were cheaper then. Okay, Stray Bullet. I guess I could use algebra to figure it out since I know those two. I'm kind of lazy though. Or just get, you know, there's a little utility you can download from the internet called
Google it.
Called Convert, and it's like really small. It's like a couple of K, and you put it on.
K's. Mopar K? Oh, that's not what I want.
No, you're laughing at me.
What are they laughing at?
No, you are. I guess I could use out. Okay, I already read that. Oh, Tavos says 14 pounds to the stone. Dean Stevenson, 15 stones equals, and then he doesn't put what it is. 15 stones is 210 pounds. This guy wasn't that much. He was probably 13 stones or 14 stones or something. Why is a pound written in LB? Yeah, why is it a pound written in LB? Yeah, can you believe? See, and then the thing about stones is the resolution isn't close enough. You don't weight and balance on a lightweight airplane. That's the resolution isn't good enough. 15 stones, 14 stones. I thought he was joking, but no.
He was stoned.
Oh, the 14-pound conversion comes from the Old English wool trade. Wow. Stone is the bleeding sheep. Kitsy comes from Libra, the name of a scale. Oh, is that what it is? Kitsy would know.
Okay,
Kim, that does look a lot better now that you don't see where we welded that door shut.
You think? And you don't see the door handles or latches?
Don't see any of that stuff, yeah. Dean Stevens says, beer tard.
This is my mix. That much hardener for that much bonding. That's what I need at this temperature tonight. Always start with a small mix.
You ain't got the stones. Yeah, you don't have the stones to do that. Why do people say foot pounds? It's pound feet. You're right.
Because foot pounds is what we were taught in school.
Because people say foot pounds. It is, I mean, yeah, you're right. But it's foot pounds, you know what it means. Then Tavo says there's also pound, like money. Yeah, I was talking about those.
Confuse you.
I was talking about those 2-pound coins in England, having to put 3 of them in the phone, which is like 6 pounds for like a 2-minute phone call. It's like gulp.
Bob, you're taking all me money.
And that's because my cell phone wouldn't work there. Man.
I'll bet you they knew that your cell phone wasn't working. That's why they're charging you $6.
Kitsy Club. CD. It's because in English we sort our words alphabetically.
Is that focused okay?
Yeah, it's close enough. Not to the back of the handle, but to the car it is.
Okay.
Unit of force and unit of weight. Kevin Smith says they say not to mix Bondo on cardboard because it absorbs the resin and hardener.
You're right. I can sense that is happening.
Too late. She already did it.
Yeah, but you're right. It's happening.
Kitsy Fluff says it's actually a trait of English we native speakers don't notice much, but there's a very specific order we sort our words, and one of the criteria is alphabetical order. Kevin Smith says, wow, we're still at it. Yeah, I suggested we leave about hour and a half ago, but we kept going. And it's okay. I was feeling sick about an hour and a half ago, and now I'm feeling fine. So I don't know what that's all about.
Sometimes you gotta get.
Well, and I'm drinking something, and I think, I woke up, I couldn't sleep all night. Then I slept, like, I don't know, in the morning I was awake. And then I went to sleep, I don't know, sometime late in the morning. I woke up about noon, and I was so sick feeling. I sat up, and it's like, I grabbed a trash can. So I thought I was going to get sick. And then I'm thinking, I'm kind of thirsty. So I had a pretty good drink, and then I drank some more. I mean, like water or some Dr. Pepper or something, diet drink. Then I started feeling better, and I fell back asleep again. And I woke up a few hours later, and I felt really good. So I don't know. Something's going on. You're right, Kevin. This all says, you're right, Kevin. Give Kim something plastic or laminated.
Yeah, that'd be better.
You go down to the house and get one of our plastic cutting boards.
Yeah.
What's this Bondo doing on my cutting board?
Yeah.
At least some vinyl spreaders instead of the metal one. And Olive says inch is 1/12 of a foot.
This is not anything like finished bodywork. This is so bad that I'm not even gonna get close. Not even gonna get close.
Bet you Kim would be good at drywall mud.
I am. That's not what I'm doing.
Towel says, no, Bondo sticks to scuff paint. Okay, it does. What about the metric foot? Metric foot? Is that like the size of your shoe when you're in New Zealand? Dean, write down the name of your town again. Oh, I know what it is. It was, what is it? I'm trying to remember how to pronounce it properly. Dunedin? 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 Kevin says Bondo should be kicking by now. Oh no, she mixed it too rich. And it kicked before she even, because it's 83 degrees in here.
Don't worry, it's kicking.
It kicked too quick. And now it's kicking about right because she's mixing it a lot leaner.
Yeah, I'm mixing it really lean, but it is kicking.
What is that spot? Looks like you're going over rust with the Bondo.
It's a place where I put the torch to it.
Oh, that's a torch mark, not rust. Okay. I believe that would be the meter, says Josh Holman. Actually, Giant Stray Bullet says, I actually enjoy doing drywall, Kevin, except for the sanding. Well, that's the work, is the sanding.
The less waste you do, the less sand.
Gene Stevenson says, noisy turlet. Yeah, because we have turlet. It's torlet, not turlet, torlet. Kim always said torlet. Dunedin. Or Dunedin? Dunedin. Dunedin.
You're done eating?
See, I thought it was Dunedin. Then I was corrected after saying it wrong for a year. Somebody finally corrected me.
They're like, hey, dummy.
Watch that dumb American saying that wrong all this time.
Listen to this guy. Listen to him.
It's probably how we got our viewers. So many viewers from down under.
Like,
Yeah, you gotta go listen to this dumb American say Dunedin wrong.
What an idiot.
Your AU is the shizness. Shizness. AU? Isn't that gold? Man, is that why Australia's AU? It's like full of gold?
Yes.
Man, everybody's going to go to Australia now. I tried to apply the joint compound as to minimize the sanding. Yeah, we all try to do that. Very good. This is Wiley Coyote.
The problem is it shrinks. But
what is this? C. Burlock says 20-minute trader ad. Oh, 20-minute trader. Is that the name of the thing?
probably.
Or did it take that long? A 20-minute ad? Dean Stevenson says, oh, wait a minute. What is this? An accent is always a crapshoot, and he's got to show the crap.
Oh,
yeah, people, you know that giant Ukrainian airplane everybody calls a, man, how do they pronounce it? I can't even say it like that. Antonov. People say Antonov. It's not. It's Antonov. Antonov. It's that. But almost everybody pronounces it Antonov because they got the X at the beginning instead of the middle. But have you heard of Dunedin and Florida? No, I have not. C.D. Burlock says Brits say respiratory. I'm not sure where the accent is there, but you could do like lowercase and then capital where I'm supposed to have the accent and then lowercase again. Laboratory. Yeah, laboratory. And all those people that say aluminium. That's Americans that say aluminum. Burlock says, Santona. See, the way you write it all in caps, I don't know where to put the accent. Santona. Who's the newer worker bee? Kitsy Fluff. Never seen him before. Kitsy Fluff is a guy that I worked with up in Ohio, and he is a guy that has he's like a software guy, expert, like the best you can get. But what he's done with that is he's been, yeah, because he's into cybersecurity and stuff. That's what his degree's in. But he got into CAD and into CNC machine work and what's the newest thing he has? The 3D printing and all this kind of stuff. And wow, you put some light on that. Oh, that's almost too much light.
Yeah, probably is.
Yeah, and Kitsy Puff used to come here a lot, but he's a busy guy. He's got a lot going on. Yeah, he's working. Are you still teaching at the Voyage or wherever it was? Kitsy Puff's got a lot of stuff going on. Olive says, I say aluminum with a lot of miniums there, so everyone's happy and not. Yeah, I can't even pronounce what you wrote. Burlock says, respiratory. Kitsy's exceptional CAD expert. Man, when I was up there in 22.
This here is a big hole where they did the body repair.
Yeah.
Ancient body repair, and then this is just.
Well, where you did that ancient body repair that has holes in it, that should probably have a smear of
kitty.
Not kitty.
Yeah, I'm trying to get
not kitty hair, but kitty hair's got really long hair. Short strand, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna do short strand. I'm just gonna do a tiny bit. I'm just trying to get some of these places that.
Kevin Smith, I should go to the Leering Center, SEN.
Who are we leering at?
Well, anyway, Kitsy Puff was up there. He was working for Titan Aircraft, and I was working for a defense contractor, and I redesigned the wing, and then we got Titan to build the wings. We built two of them, but they had to be documented better than what I did in 2D CAD, and he did it in 3D. He did 3D files that were just amazing, and he did a really good job on it. And then he also ran the CNC machine and did some really perfect parts for it was a wing that had to go together in sections, and so there were fittings, and those fittings had to be just right, and he got them all. Really just did a kick-ass job on them, It's not teaching too much on the plate, so I put it aside. Okay, yeah, you got too much going on. Cabo says U.S. aluminum, UK aluminium, Australian alley. Oh, they just say alley? That sounds like, the first time I was talking to an Australian, like 40 years ago at least, probably 45 years ago, and his carburetor, he called it a carby. I thought he was joking. Nope, it's carby. Okay. But nobody here says carby, they say carburetor. It's always carburetor.
This rust one popped out because of the holes in the back, believe it or not. Look at this.
Oh, that's
exploded. The top. And look, watch, don't roll. Just
yeah, I saw a big glob went on the floor. Glob on the floor.
Man, that's what happens to the stupid.
Yeah, Kitsy Puff says, I was here when Buff had like 30 subs. Yeah, he was a pretty regular in here, and then he's just been busy, My focus is main job, side gigs, and game development. That's right, you're doing games now, too. Yeah, you weren't doing that, or at least I didn't know about you doing that when I was up there. I was up there.
Gun.
I was up there in 22. And I don't know if you ever knew it. I wasn't around when they did it. They sent me to Oregon 4 times for flight testing with those wings. And every time I was up there, the weather was so bad that I left, and they never got it done. But they finally flew those wings, and it worked out really well. They're really happy with them. But of course now there aren't going to be any more because Titan's gone. But they're on to other airplanes. That's kind of an old
You got a
airplane.
paper towel? Or you don't have a paper towel?
I think I do. The roll's getting down there. She says, "Do I have any paper towels?" I do. One. So
Spot on the floor.
Kevin Smith says Kim can lay it on thick. It's not that thick. That's pretty darn thick. That one spot where they somebody else pulled that out by drilling holes and popping it out. We'll just put some short.
I did a lot of hammering on that spot before.
She already hammered the shit out of it. So we'll put a little short strand on it to bridge those holes. It'll be fine.
It'll be fine. Well, so careful with it. It'll be fine.
Well, you know what? There's people that would want everything TIG welded and hammered perfectly and never put Bondo on. That ruins the car. Well, you know what? I'd be 110 years old by the time this thing was done if we did that. I was watching a video today and somebody pulled some Bondo off the car. And one of the commenters put in there, somebody ruined that car. No, you know what they did? They saved that car. That car, if it had to be done in a body shop and done that perfectly, it would have cost more than the car would have been junk because it would have been.
This car has dings and dents over the whole thing. It's been repaired and worn out again.
This car was crashed when it was probably not very old because the crashes on it were, they were in the front, they were in the back. There was a lot. Yeah, see, she's gonna put a wipe of short strand over that, and that'll keep those holes. Those holes won't come out. Be fine. Stray Bullet says we call a little road behind a block of buildings an alley here. Yep. So if I've been working on a game for 2 years now, I shifted around, and the current version is 10 months along. Very playable state. Doing a lot of programming, special effects. Wow.
Yeah, that's very time consuming.
Well, tell me, is that just a fun thing, or is that something you can make some money on?
I mean, you can make money.
I mean, is that the intent? Is to earn a living with that, or add to the income?
If you're smart and you really put some time into it, you can earn a living off of it. If it's what you want to do.
Tim says, back in Ohio in the 70s, when I was doing body work on some of the rust buckets, I used Duraglass to cover the holes. It was Bondo with fiberglass strands in it. Wicked stuff. That's what she's using right there. It's called short strand. There's little short strands of fiberglass in it. There's other stuff that's it's a brand name, but it's kitty hair. Kitty hair has long strands in it, and it's a little much. For going over these little holes, the short strand's fine. And short strand's really good if you're going to glue two pieces of polyester fiberglass together. That's a great adhesive. And Bondo is not. But wow, we're getting sick. We're getting seasick here, Kim. Okay, are you gonna knock some of that off about when it starts to kick?
No.
You're gonna leave that? What are you gonna?
All low.
All low? Well, you're gonna have to grind some of it off before you put a wipe on it. Okay. Circle also the surface that you go bowling on. Oh yeah, that's an alley. Actually, that's a lane, isn't it?
Oh yeah. A bowling alley.
The alley is the whole thing.
Place.
The whole place. Yeah, that's a lane tip. Kitsy Fluff. The real secret is to use my cryptography to make cool codes to crack and to find solutions. Drip. There's doing your best by car and expecting to please some future rich person. this is, oh, I almost scratched my ear. This is, it has to be good enough that we're happy with it driving it around, you know?
Right.
And,
when we die, they're going to throw this car in the crusher.
yeah.
Nobody's going to ever care about this car when we're gone.
This car,
make us happy.
this car was it's $100 car with no engine in it.
Yeah.
And
And honestly, if we hadn't already built the engine, we pretty much weren't interested in the car either.
it was a 4-door Valiant, and it's like,
We built the engine our first year, and we made it. Now we have this car with an engine that nobody really wants either, because it's just a slant six.
And then Tavo sent me a picture of his Ute, and I went like, oh man, it's the short doors. We can do that. Then I'm asking about dimensions, and he sent me more dimensions I thought I'd ever have. So Tavo brought us so it's basically the correct dimensions for a Australian Ute, but it's got the American grill and front end on it, and it's going to have the American taillights on it. So real engine. Let's see, Sir Bill, you're right. What am I thinking? Kitsy, can you imagine a rotary engine better than a Wankel? Oh, here we go. Burlock sent me all these drawings that I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around them of some kind of a rotary engine. Kitsy Flip, no, engines are not my expertise. Math is. Hey, Kitsy Flip, the guy that was at Titan before you, no, second guy back before you. There was another guy before you, and then there was another guy before him. And I bet you can do this. This guy he'd have a circle that had a 1-inch radius. So X and Y would be like, 0, 1, and out here is 1, 0. And then over here, like 45 degrees up is 707. He could tell me every point along there, just out of his head, what the points were along that circle. I was amazed. I said, were you? I said, I guess you're good at math. He goes, in high school, it was my best subject. I bet it was. I don't know. Can you do that? Just off the top of your head, know like
no,
so many degrees out, know what the X and Y is along a circle. Oh God.
Nobody could do that. That's part of the trick.
Well, I knew a couple of them, like 707, but the rest of them, I guess after doing that stuff for a long time, you'd be able to do that.
No.
Oh, it says the spirit of the car is the most important, not collectors.
That's right.
Kevin says we like using all metal body filler. It's waterproof, but a little harder to sand. I guess that would be lead. Oh, what happened? You shut off the camera?
Shut it off. Go ahead, bring it back to us.
So, Hippie Long says I refrain from bodywork comments at the moment. Yeah, you got it. You got a bodywork job going at your place. And a lot of it is how good you want it. And to us, like this it'll look fine. And I'm happy with it.
Don't worry. No, I mean this is not done. This is just a guide code.
Yeah, but what I mean is, we don't need to be in there with hammer and making everything just exactly perfect, so you file it down and don't have to put any
This
filler.
car is never going to be good. Never even going to be good. It is acceptable.
Oh, so
it's fun. It's going to be a driver. It's supposed to look like an old car. We don't want it over finished. It's supposed to look like it's always been exactly like it is and it's been driving around. So we don't even want to finish it off too good. We want there to be seams and stuff like that, so it looks like it came like that.
Oh, says, How'd Tavo's new roof ever fit anyway? It looked pretty good, but Tavo got really sick. And I don't know if he's able to get back at it. Let's see if is he still here. Oh yeah, he's still here. Roof eventually went straight on, fit right. Once I cleaned up any excess I had to. Yeah, okay. Let me go back. Kevin Smith, no, we can never crush the Del Camino. You know, a couple hundred years from now, nobody even know what this is.
Once we have it together, we will do our best to find it at home. But
no, I can't do that. I didn't memorize my trig like that. Oh man, I got a nice little trig book that I keep in the toolbox. Freaking mouse went in there and peed and pooed all over it. So
that's right. When you know what?
I found another one on eBay. I should just buy it.
Once it's done, you can all donate your Kim points to whoever wants it, and they can redeem their Kim points for the car.
Okay, let's see.
You all have to agree on who wants it the most.
It's not hyperbole, it's parabolic or hyperbolic function. Tavo. Oh yeah, I already read that. Okay, Tavo, I lost track in that season of migraines and busy news days. Alexis, hippie, I cannot draw. I need a CAD person. I say it, they draw it. Well, why don't you go get an old computer and load up like something like Design CAD, something that's cheap, which is not Design CAD anymore. It's what is it? I don't know. I can't think of the name of it. But just an inexpensive CAD program and learn how to use it. So it's got to be catching a buzz by now. The Bondo will make you loopy. Yeah, I'm not feeling it, but it's over on the other side of the car. All metal is an aluminum body filler. Oh,
there you go.
Okay. I thought it was like lead because I used to watch the old guys do lead, and that's horrible for you. I mean, you think the smell of Bondo's bad? Lead grinding's really bad. Not scared to park in public show car. Man. Made by USG. Okay. Car looks like it belongs there. Nothing wrong with that. Kevin Smith, skate away. CD Burlock, man, you get the ads. Opera browser ad. I already use it. But Carfana, did you ever use the slide rule? You know what? They have a slide rule that's a round one that I had to use it when I learned to fly. Everybody called it their whiz wheel, but it's basically a round slide rule. So yeah. And when I was a little kid, my father used slide rule. He taught me how to use it, but I was little. And, he got in 1968. My father got a 4-function calculator, and the one he got was the only one that had square root on it. He got it was $125 in 1968 dollars. Holy crap for this calculator! And I always wanted to play with it, and he'd let me touch it, and then it's like that was like special thing for his, $125 back then. What's that like? Like $1,100 now or something? Man. So yeah, I learned to use the whiz wheel. Same thing. But now, of course, nobody does that. The game draws a lot of special effects, like the Aurora Borealis, without any image files. Oh, that's cool. Dean Stevenson's SolidWorks is good. Yeah, but you got to pay for that. I mean, SolidWorks. Man, the last seat I had in a SolidWorks was at least 10 years ago, and it was $11,000. And that was for a year. So, man. Yeah, cheap CAD program. I can't think of what. Look up. I know they still have it listed as Design CAD, but now there's another company that owns it. You get 2D Design CAD, and it would you can run that on a I run 2D Design CAD on a DOS machine. Doesn't even have Windows on it. Just runs on DOS. And I learned all the keystrokes. you can click tools and stuff, but I just learned all the keystrokes, and it goes. I don't know. It's like walking. I don't even have to think now. But it's 2D. Could be long. I'm only living once. I want to do one car complete, bumper to bumper. The 64 Dart is it. After this, I'm going to do a Maverick, and then one GM, and then I did bikes my whole life. I see. What's a GM car you want? Let's see. Kitsy Plus says it lets me draw complex art in under 300 bytes.
Yeah, he doesn't use a drawing program. He just uses. That's pretty neat.
I remember a mate who used to mix metal filings into Bondo. Passed the magnet test quite well. Oh, geez, trying to fool people. Let's see. I knew a guy who used to, use a cheese grater on the Bondo, and he'd scoop the stuff up off the floor and he'd mix it in with the next batch of Bondo, trying to save money. It says Electric Space Wizard. Bees, like, I'm not sure what that is. Kim said, I once had a mouse eat the nose pads off my safety glasses. I left them lying on my desk at work. Like they eat silicone. We got them in one of the ground stations where I worked because we were running unmanned aircraft. They got in there and they got behind the console and they just made a mess out of the wires. Kitsy Fluff says, I despise SolidWorks. Autodesk Inventor is king. Well, the reason I had SolidWorks is because that's what defense contractors use SolidWorks. So they kept that slide rule in a box. Kept it in his pocket. I don't know where he had it. I may have it. He gave me a bunch of tools that I still have in my toolbox. My first calculator is in high school. It was birthday present, $140 worth in $1978. Same thing now, maybe $5.20. Yep. Dean says AutoCAD Release 10 was pretty expensive in '91. Yeah, I think when I got that, I think it was like 20. I don't know when it was, 2012 maybe, and it was like 11 grand. And then I had to sign it off to another guy because I wasn't using it very much. And what I do is just draw everything in 2D, and it was good enough so we could build it. So, but I was using DesignCAD 2D, which is cheap. Cheap. I'm trying to remember who the hell bought DesignCAD. I know if you look up DesignCAD, it'll come up with whoever bought it out.
Do you have any Ziploc bags there on the table in front of you?
I do not know. I don't think so. What do you need Ziploc bags for?
That thing came up.
Man, that hand was shaking. If I do, look in the bottom drawer of the far toolbox. But I don't know if I have any. I really don't know if I have any up here.
So many. Sure we do. Something.
Oh, we need the Ziploc bag, and we got like 40 of them in the Jeep.
Expensive. It probably doesn't matter. Probably by the time I need it again, I won't be able to find it.
Kevin Smith sounds like some Earl Scheib bodywork to me.
Damn right,
I've used
Earl.
tons of zip grip filler. Oh, zip grip. I don't know what that is.
Hey, we're all about doing it in a way that is
DesignCAD, like drafting on paper, just easier way. Oh, far easier. Because you draft on paper, and you want to like make something a little bigger. You got to start with a new piece of paper. With CAD, you just make it bigger, and there's a lot of different ways to make it bigger. And I still have that calculator, Casio, and it's still working.
no way. 1978.
Oh, it says it's like why I never wear anything white below the waist since like 1993. Every time I do, they contrives I'm hiding in a ditch from rednecks for some reason. Now, if I wear dark blue jeans up here, Yeah, it's okay. Kim bought me a pair of jeans that I really like, except in light blue. I wish that brand came in because they're less expensive. I wish they came in dark blue like Levi's, but they don't. But if I wear those up here, in like the first minute I'm here, there's big dark spots on them because I got some grease on them, you know.
Every thinking time.
Let's see, over a period of about 20 years, very cool. So I don't know what that's about. My family had liquor stores with adding machines the size of a typewriter. Oh, I remember those. They had a big thing on them. And rows of buttons. Tim says, in 1968, I got a Texas Instruments calculator for engineering school working with IBM mainframes. It has binary and alphanumeric for the system programming. Oh, yeah, I bet that was expensive. Yeah, because my father it was a Texas Instruments in 1968, and it was lit up with little tiny LEDs or something that looked like LEDs. They weren't very bright.
Hey, go ahead and go back to camera 2. See if it'll come back on.
It's on. Very good. It says, why are Texas Instruments in California? Is that still soft enough to do that?
Sure is.
Okay.
Coming off real nice.
Okay. Just I don't want to stop you because it's going to be too hard to do that real soon. Dean Stevenson said, vacuum tube display, but transistor and microchip control. Nice at night. Blue VT. Tim, in 1968, I got. Okay. Kevin Smith, my brother used 5 gallons of Bondo every day smoothing out machine castings. Wow. I've seen machine castings with Bondo on. Now, another thing, I used to make patterns. I worked for a company where we made, you know what a roll pan is, where you take bumper off a car and you roll pan, and they put taillights in the roll pans and all this kind of stuff, and grills that are painted. And it was all, at the time, it was all mini trucks, like Datsuns and Nissans and Toyotas and S10s and all that kind of stuff. And I used to just make something out of wood and then Bondo, and it came in 3-gallon bags with a thing that looked like old washing machine rollers, pinch rollers, and you just put gobs of Bondo like this and mix it up, and you just make the part out of Bondo. And when it looked good enough, they pull a mold off of it, and then they make fiberglass parts. So, yeah, I worked with gallons and gallons and gallons of Bondo back then. But now they probably 3D print it. You wouldn't do that anymore. You 3D print the pattern, not make it out of. I might do that, because I don't have it. Yeah, little red LEDs. Yep, that's what my father does. Dean says we had to do northings and eastings in polar to rectangular coordinates with conversion from links and chains to meters and decimals meters. C. Burlock says, I bought a Casio 115 or 105 US. Never learned to use it well. Really? Save those shavings to mix into the next batch. Yeah, that's what that guy used to do that I knew. Man, talk about cheap. Scooping stuff off the floor and then mixing it in the Bondo to put it on somebody's car. Like, are you kidding me? All kinds of crap in that.
It's not wanting
Okay, Olive wrote something there. It's long. Read it. After 9/11 and having to send my calculator through the magnetrons, I had 2 HP 32S and 1 41C destroyed at airports during my highway engineering diploma in Hamilton. Hey, Robbie's here. Good evening. Says hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Yeah, it's probably afternoon there. Kevin, gonna use turbo Rust-Oleum painting. No, I'm gonna use a water-based paint. Yeah, Kitsy Plus does. Yeah, 3D printing a mold plug makes things super easy. Yep. Yeah, that's what they did on. Actually, I think they just used the 3D printed part on Nivlac, that weird shaped thing he needed. They scanned it, made it. Olive, here's Olive, stupid jocks, all right, scatter, regroup on the beach. Draw them off on.
This is so good.
You like that tool, huh? You like my?
No, I just mean my.
No, you like your work. I like your work.
You know why you like my work?
Because I'm sitting here reading, doing my job, and you're over there scraping it.
It is, and you don't have to do it.
I did so much of that. Kitsy Fluff, you just coat in resin or some sort of filler and seal it, then smoothing it to a mold quality finish. Yep. How's everyone doing? We're doing all right. We've been on here for a while. We've been on here 4 hours and 40 minutes. So, because we're doing stuff. Tavo, I got my first Seiko digital watch in 1979, $110. When they started going from LED to LCD, showed time and date with the press of a button, and even had, man, I had one of those early watches and had like 4 time zones on it. You could just sit there and click through the time zones. I thought that was so cool because I was flying all over the place. It was so easy, just I didn't have to think so hard. So you're doing a lot of time. Well, like this last month, company I'm working for is in Arizona. I'm here. My son's in Eastern time. It's like, don't mess with my time zones, Oh, and then we were still doing lives on here, and we're basing the lives on Central Time. We're doing the lives from Arizona.
Oh, yeah, that was kicking butts.
And so it's like my brain is like time zones. Tim, so is the car a Del Camino or is it a Camino? I don't know what it is. It's just a car. I might put, it's a name I don't like, but it's what it is. It's a
Wayfarer.
It's a Wayfarer. Well, a Wayfarer here was not a very good looking car, but a Wayfarer down there is a Valiant U. All it says, here's me being chased across fields by 4x4 in my nice white outfit, dive into like some marsh ditch and work my way around them. 40 minutes later, I take a chance. What is this? Dean Stevenson, Tavo AU is just scraping by. But he has high roof and needs some Sully Space Invader to fill the gaps. Stray bullet. A Del Camino, Tim. Robbie, I have a suggestion for the color of the car once the bodywork is finished. Paint it candy red with metallic flakes with black and gold pinstripe. That's probably more. You know what I'm going to do? See that yellow color? Where's my hand? I don't know. The yellow color. It's the original color of the car. That's what I'm going to paint it. Because the underside of everything in the engine compartment's already that color. The door jambs are that color. The under the dash, everything. I don't want to have to repaint all that. And when I open the hood, I don't want it to be a different color. So I'm probably just going to do it the stock color, and then it'll look like a car from 1972, And so that's my plan there. We'll do some fancy paint on some other car. Like if we ever get the aluminum car. I don't know what to do. That aluminum car, I do want to do it red, because what I have in my mind is I want to do red. Yeah. Kevin Smith says red will show body waves and dips not very forgiving like black. Oh, black's terrible. It's not forgiving like black. Oh my God.
Yeah, we definitely don't want to do this in anything glossy. Not unless you expect me to do a lot more hours of this. Man,
Sabo says we also had a Dodge in the same Ute body that came with nothing. Didn't have to have. That came with nothing. It didn't have to be road legal. Okay, so the Dodge was a lower priced car. Because here, the Plymouth was the lower priced car, and the Dodge was a step up. And then DeSoto at one time, and then Chrysler, and then Imperial. And, you know, eventually it was just Dodge and Chrysler. Kevin says seatbelt buckles work great for a tailgate latch. Yeah, I've seen people do that. It works really well. I don't think we're going to do that. I think I'm going to use the hook with the chain, like, you know, like a 1950s pickup. So it'll just hook and hold it shut. Or when you put the tailgate down, it'll hook and the chain will be the right way. So I think it'll be. And then it's dual purpose because the chain will hold the tailgate in the right position.
still low. All of this is low. All of it.
It's all low.
Look, it's all, see how it's green? There's no cut?
Yeah.
It's all low. It doesn't hit.
Doesn't get there.
It hits over here, and it hits over here. That means it's all low. So,
like Carapano says, it should do a fancy paint job on Kim's Dart.
I thought we were going to do a nice paint job on your car.
Yeah, on my Mercury.
My Dart needs paint desperately. The paint is just coming.
My Mercury.
It's so thin.
I'd like
no
to
paint on the roof. It's so thin.
I'd like to do something nice on my Mercury, but we're limited there because of the color of the interior. So, you know, if it had a black interior or something, I could do any color. But I'm going to have to think a little about that one. And it's off in the future a little bit. You know, we have too many projects. Kevin Smith says the yellow vinyl wrap would be the easy way. Yeah, I think I'm just going to spray it with water-based paint. It's cheap. It works well. It'll look right. And then if I want, I could clear coat it and it'd look better than original. Tavo, Dodge in 1970 was both extreme star market. The Ute was absolutely stripped out bare as it can be. Then the Dodge Phoenix, Canadian supplied Fury, wow, was the absolute top of the line flagship model. Oh, that's crazy. Dean Stevenson says, or Bolero Red. Bolero? Bolero's a gas station here. And they're not red. Oh, it's just not Kevin. Home paint jobs would be much better on that than a wrap. Wrap needs to be good condition. Yeah, wrap, you gotta have a good body work.
I've never done a wrap, don't know nothing about it. We'd have to find somebody who knew what they were doing before we'd even consider something like that.
Yeah, I just don't want to get too fancy on this car because most of it's because when you open up the hood on a Chrysler product, the underhood is the same color as the car, and I don't want to have to pull the engine out and pull all that wiring away and prep the inside of the engine compartment and do all that. It's a lot of work. Dean says factory ritzy red was called Bolero by Ford. Oh, it was? I didn't know that. The Ford red I remember was Rangoon red, started in 1957, which they used for many, many years. And prior to that, they had a red that was kind of buttery looking, and it was called Fiesta red. And a lot of people didn't like the Fiesta red, but I thought it looked okay. 56 Ford said Fiesta red on it. My father bought a new Ford with Fiesta red on it. Looked pretty good. They can hear that. So that Fury-based Phoenix was available in two models, four-door sedan 318 or four-door hardtop 383. Both versions limited to 400 units each model year. 400 units, that's nothing. Each was a numbered plaque on the dash. But you said they were Canadian supplied, so they didn't build them in Australia. So they imported 800 of them. Man, can you imagine a four-door hardtop with a 383? That'd be a pretty nice car. Robbie, there is no modification culture like USA here in India. If you'd like to see some cool modifications, you'll have to head towards south in the state of, oh, I don't know how to pronounce that right, Kerala? You know, I don't know. I don't mean to mispronounce it, but I am. Oh, admittedly, I don't care a ton what color the engine bay is. But you can't wrap old cars with Bondo in them. Waste of money. You can do beige ute with Krylon if needed. I'll do it with water-based paint. We've done it before. It works well. It's inexpensive. It's like $23 a quart or something. Gene says the most common names for this flushed textured fabric are scarlet red, medium red, and dark red. But in 1981 Mustangs, I think it was Valero. Oh, okay. Follow imported EKD kits. Oh, those are ones that are like, it's the knockdown kit. They were assembled in Melbourne with this much local content was viable. Okay. Straight bullet. Don't people customize big trucks in India? Oh, Robbie says my pronunciation was on point. But I pronounced it two different ways. Oh, we did meet you last year. Oh, did we meet you last year, Robbie? Oh, he's been here off and on for a while. Not here every time we're on, but he's here. I can help you paint. I'm an artist by hobby. Didn't you show us some stuff? I think you showed us on one of our Tuesday nights, and we showed a bunch of your pictures, didn't we? I'm pretty sure we did. We showed Robbie sent us pictures that he did, some art projects he did in India. That he took.
I don't ever remember art. I remember he sent us pictures of cars at one point. I don't remember art stuff. That's cool though.
I think he did.
I wish I remembered.
I think he sent those pictures of some of his projects to us. Well, I'm going to take you away for a second. In India, they like to customize buses and stuff. And I remember in Afghanistan, they had the jingle trucks with all the stuff hanging off. We used to call them jingle trucks. Okay, I'm going to take Kim away just for a second so everybody can see what this looks like. With, got some primer on here, got this cleaned up a little bit, got primer on there. You don't see the welds and the door and all that anymore. It looks like a one-piece quarter panel. So that's what she's working on that side. Okay, I'm going back to your camera.
I'm just bringing it up to a little bit closer. I don't want to put it on real thick all at once.
Yeah, you need some, that needs some.
Building it up in thin layers,
Yeah. Yeah, because that side over there, that door has been wrecked. So that back door on the four-door, which is now welded in, had been crashed when it was a four-door. So yeah, it was pretty ugly. We started cleaning it up. It was Bondo all where we had to weld and everything. I had to grind that off. So it's not the best door to start with.
No, not at all. But if it was, we would never have done any of this. If it had been too good, we wouldn't have dared. Not have dared.
Kitsy Fluff says, well, time for me to get some sleep. Good night, all. Hey, thanks for stopping by, and feel free to stop by anytime. Enjoy having you here. Dean says, oops, I was wrong. The tan was Vaquero. Vaquero? Oops, go up. I had this upside down for a couple hours. Can't get the. I know there's a ball bearing in there, a marble or something. It's not going to.
Are you shaking the R13, R34 again? I gave him this. I said,
yeah, I try to get
shake the can of R34.
Try to get the ball loose in there.
Yeah.
There's no ball in there.
Yeah, do it.
No, this is a can of old primer that's probably 20 years old or something, and we're trying to get the ball loose in there. But I had it sitting there upside down for a while. I don't know. Maybe it'll come loose. Maybe it won't. Maybe it's no good. The stuff I like is this is the stuff I like. Oops. This Duplicolor primer sealer, because if you use regular paint, a regular primer, just regular gray primer with a water-based paint, the primer is hygroscopic and it'll pull some water in there and it'll rust underneath. This stuff won't do that. Now, of course, some guy in a comment gave me a real hard time about that, but this is cheap. Oh, he wrote like a big long paragraph about how stupid I was. So anyway, I like to use that stuff. It's not very expensive, and it keeps rust from forming when you use water-based paint, which is what I plan to use. Gene, shame. And C, H, I don't know how to pronounce it. H, would say Chavo. But I've always been. What does this mean, Dean? I don't know what that. I know you're trying to say something there.
Now you can really see. You see those spots?
Oh yeah, guide code it, but you don't need to guide code it because it's got the spots are so low. It's really easy.
Well, it guide coded with the dirt that was on that thing. That's not too bad. This is real bad here.
Okay, Bora Birkin says sweet sanding technique, Kimmy. Okay, Kim, can you show that thing you're using?
Well, yeah, it's a long aluminum.
It's an aluminum tube. It's a 2-inch aluminum tube, and it's got big long sandpaper glued to it.
Paper on it.
And it's about as straight as it can get.
It's pretty straight. Okay.
He put sending, but I knew he meant sanding.
It passes the ichrometer test.
The ichrometer test. Tap the can on the bench. The ball is this is a plastic bench, and if I do that, all the crap on this bench will go over. So I'll tap it on the floor. We're trying to loosen 20 years of paint. Darren Hinch. Okay, this is I don't know who that is. I think it needs to set upside down for a while, or maybe it's no good. The can's maybe no good.
That's a pretty old can. Did you show them how old that can is?
Yeah, put it on your skid steer motor or something. That'll shake it.
Yeah, shake it. Yeah, that's a really
put it on a car wheel with a couple of bungee cords. Go drive the car around. It'll shake it up. You won't care about the ball. Yeah. Shake and bake, bro. Oh, yeah. That's how you get the ball loose. Put a torch on this, right? No, I better not do that.
Torch owner.
Kevin Smith says, always a know-it-all. Believe me, you should see comments on model car channels telling people how wrong they are. You're not, Gene Stevenson, you're not in free. Wrong, LOL. Yeah, wrong. Wrong. Well, there was some guys in Canada that had painted some parts for a lawn tractor or something, golf cart, something, and they used water-based paint, and then they clear coated it. Turned out really good. The only problem they had is they didn't do good body work to begin with, and they knew that. They didn't think it was going to turn out that good. Had they known that, they would have done better body work. So they said in there, and if any of you ever tried this, let us know what your experiences are. So I wrote a pretty good, kind of a long comment about my experiences with it and what I found works. And this guy was, man, he really laid into me. Told me how stupid I was. I didn't know anything about paint. I should use, and then he starts naming all the expensive stuff, you know. You know, it's like, yeah, I guess that's what we're trying to get away from, you know. We're trying to do this with stuff that, yeah, some old guy on Social Security can't go out and buy $8,000 worth of paint chemicals to shoot a car, you know. And I went to his channel, and of course he's got some car with, you know, it's bright green. The paint looks like it's this deep, you know, and it's got all airbrush stuff in it, and coats and coats and coats of candy green. I'm like, yeah, okay, you know, I guess if you're got a ton of money to put in your car.
You guys thought I was piling it on. Look, it's still low. All of this is low.
All that's low. Yeah, it probably is a little bit thick, but at least you got rid of the. Somebody had taken a slide hammer and pulled that out, because this was a door. It had been wrecked before, so it'll be fine.
That door's never going to be nice. It's all
that door
funny, and the steam is all smooshed.
That door had cracked Bondo all over it. We had to take the cracked Bondo down to metal.
This isn't metal. This is some kind of.
Oh yeah, but there were
other filler.
But there were places on that door.
Filler, and then red lead, and then there was primer and paint.
But then it was all cracked. You had to take it down to the point where you're at the bottom of the crack.
And whoever did the door completely discarded the body seams, and they just smeared it and sanded it until it was all round. It's terrible.
Well, so now it's part of a quarter panel.
Now it's what?
Now it's part of the quarter panel. It's welded in. It's part of the quarter panel.
Yeah, it looks like an old bashed up truck.
It's like an old bashed up truck.
It does.
And we're going to make it so it's not so bashed up.
No, we're not. We're going to make it look like one piece of a bashed up truck instead of.
Carlos says, I'm over that too, Buff. Fixed, low income. And get the don't mess with that cheap stuff. Just buy this and that and do it right, and all too often. Yep. Well, and you know what I found is that guy actually kind of surprised me, because I went to his channel. And he had something there that was pretty good. Okay, so he knows what he's doing, but you know, so do I. You know, after being in aircraft all those years, I understand coatings, I understand all that, but I also understand, you know, you quote a fully painted airplane complete with it's a huge amount of money, you know, and I'm not going to do that. I'm finding a way to make it look pretty good with other materials.
There's people who are very much offended that anything other than perfect might be good enough for somebody. They don't want you spreading that around.
It's a fine line between having high spots and having low spots. Yeah, you can't have high spots are bad. High spots you got to get rid of. It's like Bad Chad, you call it, you know, he'd call it the ocean floor. He goes, you got it, you can't hit the ocean floor.
This is a high spot.
Yeah, it's bad.
This is a high spot.
Yeah, got to get rid of those.
This is not really a high spot, it's just kind of the natural way of things.
There.
And this is a low spot right here. But it's closer than it was before I started. And now it'll be easier, because you can't, if it's like the whole thing is like this, you can't fill that. You have to work up, and then you can fill this in, and you know.
And then down at the bottom, I'll make a patch and draw a line around it. Cut that piece out, that rust spot. We'll weld a piece in, and then just it won't be perfect.
You know what? I almost want to tape it off and leave it there, because it makes it look honest.
No, I don't want to.
I love it because it makes it look honest.
Yeah, but I grew up in the Southwest where that would be not acceptable.
Yeah.
That would be a rust bucket. Unlike in Pittsburgh, where that would be, oh, this looks pretty good.
Like that's 5 years. If a car only has that in 5 years, it's still a good. That's not even a winter beater. That's a saver.
And then Dean Stevens says, and an art car, separate bell housing, 4-speed AOD. Well, I'm not sure what that's in reference to. I know what a 4-speed AOD is. It's a transmission, Ford transmission.
That's the 4-speed AOD is what I got in my.
Oh, that's what you got.
Van.
That's what you got in your van.
Yeah, it's a good transmission.
Um,
Yeah, and that 4.2 liter V6 is a good engine. It leaks too much of everything, but it works so good. I think it's got 200,000 miles. It's still got the factory spark plugs in it. I'd hate to do anything to it. Bad Chad is exceptionally and amazing. See, there's some people who hate.
Some people don't like him because he doesn't make everything absolutely perfect with no filler, and then people say he doesn't finish anything. Well, he told a story about that because when he was with Jolene, she was the business manager, and he said, that's how it was. If she started to see fewer views, she goes, that car got pushed outside, and they started on the next one. The views have come back up. So now he's kind of changed his way. He goes, I don't care. He goes, I'm going to finish the cars. So we'll see how he does. But I haven't been watching as much. But, if you have a Sawzall, you have a paint shed. Oh, yeah, no kidding. I've seen that before. A spot like that would be considered mint condition in Boston. Oh, yeah. And in Southern California, that would be like, or in Arizona, that'd be, oh my God, an Eastern car.
This car is not full of rust. It's actually really good.
This is a Tennessee
The little lower quarter rust is like very contained, like excellent. That was one of the other reasons why I want to work. I had a good running engine, brakes, and everything is ready to go. And the body, although it's not a desirable body, it's a solid body. But it's such an undesirable car. It was like we were going to give it away.
What was that one? The which car?
This one.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody wanted it as a 4-door.
Yeah,
it was kind of rough looking. The paint wasn't so great.
I was thinking about making a station wagon out of it, and then when I saw Tavo's car, I go, "Oh, that's what we're doing."
This is ridiculous.
And then, if we want, we can build a cap or a camper shell, whatever you want to call it. We can do that out of fiberglass. But that's like another whole project. I'm going to be 100 years old before all these projects are done.
This delightful eye candy went west. She was a looker, huh?
Dean Stevens says, I was doing a live with BW Coco in the early part of this week. His close buddy is the Bad Chad moderator. It's great to work down to a price. That's a true art. Oh, well, I'd be considered, don't worry about it, conditioned back home, buddy.
Sure.
Dean Stevens, he'll do fine. His most delightful eye candy went west. Just has to reform, regroup, and keep at it. Yeah, he said the sad thing is the Bad Chad
name is.
Yeah, it's messed up because she's hijacked she had all the logins, the information, so she kept his Facebook, and he can't get a Facebook. Everything he tries, they think he's the phony, and so he can't get a Facebook. Now his YouTube was pretty easy because he went to Bad Chad Garage instead of just Bad Chad, but she held on to Bad Chad, so she's got any residual views. She gets that. He goes, and I'll tell you what I think about that. And he stops and he goes, nah, I won't tell you what I think. He goes, I'm going to move forward. So he's not going to badmouth her real bad, but he let everybody know she kept it all. I wish freight was a lot cheaper than it is. I could send you a set of Aussie tie rails to go on the side of that. That's pretty cool, isn't it? I think I can do that. I think just stand by. Okay, now we've got to get rid of this one. And then we've got to get Okay, I'm looking for something. It's this one. It's that one. I'm a little shaky there. I don't know. This might work. It might not work. Let's go to the Google window. Nope. I got to go over here.
You go down the window. Yeah, you know how to do it.
I know how to do this. I know how to do
I'm
this.
training them well, folks.
Yeah, there. See, they've got those things on the side that you put those ropes on there. I don't know if I like that.
He wants to make a fiberglass camper for it.
Yeah, I'll show you what I want to do. I gotta change the picture again. I gotta get rid of this one, and I gotta go to. Oh, that just changed the background. That looks like hell. But it's only temporary. Sorry about the.
Olive says, speaking of corrosion, my can of Neverdull is about to break containment or something.
Well, here, this probably minus the window.
Go ahead, click on it. It'll figure it out.
What, this one?
Yeah, click on it. Okay, now click on it again. What happened to it?
I don't know. It's being an
Okay,
asshole.
well, the problem is it doesn't see it yet. So click away and then click back. No. Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
now I'm going to try it again because we're having trouble. Of course.
There it is.
Okay, minus the window, I was thinking of making a fiberglass cap like that and putting it on the back of this. And that's the car right there. That's this car. The way it'll look when it's done. So I could do that, or we could do that, and we just make that out of.
Is it? It is 5 hours. We should wrap it.
We could make that out of styrofoam and then just glass over it. That's all. That shouldn't take long. That's like an hour's work.
Yeah.
Next.
Can't you just paint that side and do the body work on the other side? Can't you just? Yeah, it only took 5 hours.
No, we came back. It's tomorrow. It's already tomorrow.
Man, I could see all the flaws in my body work pretty good.
Yeah, look at that. What's Mexican spec on when you were doing all that this side and primering it, getting rid of all the. It looks like a quarter panel now. Yeah, there's some creases in it.
This here.
Then it looks like a wagon. Okay, here we go again. I got to do a picture show. Where's my wagon? I did a wagon. Lion Safari. No.
Taba says those are a thing down here. Not many around for the Valiants anymore.
Oh, is this it? Oh yeah, this is the one I did. It'll probably not work again. It doesn't like to do that. Why doesn't it like to do that? Nope.
It gets confused. There it is.
Yeah, that's like if I had actually done it instead of a pickup, made like a sedan delivery out of it. But we're long past that. So
Mexican Spec says he was watching some shows and it looks like a funeral vehicle. Maybe it could be. It's not really long enough for a casket, though.
Casket. I had a Pinto that was one of those little Pinto vans, and it was all black. Bumpers were black. Everything was blacked out. Had slots on it that were anodized gold. And some guy looked at it. He goes, if I had that, he goes, and this guy was great with airbrushes and stuff. He goes, I'd put on the back of that baby's last ride because it looked like a little tiny hearse. And everybody thought it was funny, but it really wasn't funny. But I drove that car around quite a while. But
good night, Tim. Thanks for being here. Yeah, we kept it up late.
Yeah, so we've been on here 5 hours and 13 minutes. We probably
and there's still a bunch of people watching. Thanks everybody.
Actually, it got down into the teens. We're up to 28 people again.
Some people came back. Guys, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate all your comments.
We'll just light this up for the fun of it. Yeah. So thank you. There.
Hippie Long sent a pic of the trim clips. I'll see if I can remember where they came from. They're expensive. I remember that. Kevin likes it with the tarp. The tarp is okay. The tarp's easier than making the cap.
But it's hard to deal with. You got to take that thing off every time. The cap, you just open up the tailgate, put the stuff in.
I mean,
I don't know.
It's not going to happen this year.
Yeah, it's not going to happen this year.
But
it's going to be a pickup.
Yeah, you all get 3 points for sticking around to the end. We'll be back on Tuesday night. Did we pick a date for Tuesday night? A year?
We did. We said, how did we say it? I know what it is.
Oh, it was a special topic. It was economy cars.
Economy cars, like 50s and 60s economy cars.
And Mexican Spec will be on late tomorrow night after Dead Dodge Garage. And, Big Camper, a big tall one that comes up over the top.
No.
That would be funny. That'd be really funny.
We'd
have to upgrade the suspension.
Big springs on
there. Yeah. Okay. Well, economy cars on Tuesday. We'll see you guys tomorrow night in Mexican Specs Chat.
I got to get ready to stop streaming.
And thanks everybody. We'll see what else we can get.